Okay, so we're entering the Great War. The story so far, turn 7, what happened? Look, it wasn't clear a Great War was going to happen. The Brits were pretty sure it was. They were holding a bunch of cards that were going to raise the world tensions. They had a huge hand. Everybody else kind of picked on them a little bit because although the French appear to be doing pretty well, and people didn't neglect that, the British position is also very strong, and they had a lot of cards to play around with. Although people picked the don't do the Great War, and this is going to hurt them in the Great War. We'll see that because we're going to collect up the victory points here, and that impacts things as to how well they do there. Some of the powers saw the only way they could win at this point was to actually trigger the war. So countries like Prussia are like, yeah, I'm not getting the unification. I tried to play for it on that last turn. It wasn't going to happen. They didn't really play for the Great War as heavily as others. Russia, I think, went pretty hard on it. France and England were trying to avoid it, but England's cards told them it was going to happen no matter what. I wasn't able to understand the situation well enough to be certain of that. I thought that maybe they could engineer something where it wouldn't happen, and they felt like they had a good chance of winning if it doesn't. But much, much worse, the triggering event was one that threw the English into the Triple Entente. There was a first triggering event that ended up in a conference, which ended up giving Greece Macedonia. The triggering event that worked, though, and the second one is automatic, the second time you hit WTT of 5, threw the British into the Triple Entente, which is not where they wanted to go. And maybe worse, it threw the French out of their alliance so that they're now in kind of this powerful position where they don't have to enter the war. If the war stalemates, they win. If the war looks like it's not going to stalemate, but that Germany and Russia are either going to win, well, if Germany and Russia are going to win, I can just join them. If they're going to lose, I can jump in and try to save their asses. So it puts France in a very, very powerful position. And this was just the luck of the cards. The British tried to optimize their chances of the war happening on the other event that would not have thrown the alliances out of skew. All right. So now, what we've done so far, we discarded all the cards. There weren't any left. The alliances are formed. The U.S. is in the neutral box. And now we're going to score all the national goals. So let's just do them in order. I've written them down on a sheet, if I can pick up cards. So first thing is unification. I'm not going to score anything for that. Peace in our time, not going to score anything for that. That's a problem. I probably shouldn't have picked that if I thought. Germany was trying to end it without. And everybody, the world tension track was at 0 at the beginning of the turn. And it had never jumped up like it did. Someone who? I feel like it was the Germans. Yeah, the Germans tried to push it, but still didn't feel like it was going far enough. They tried to push it by going to war with Austria. And then it got up to like 3 and just stayed there. Nobody could push it anymore because it's at 3. And yeah, okay. Look to Berlin. This is who has the most minor power alliances. So we're going to have to figure out that number. Now, that's something I got to count everywhere. There aren't any on this map. The Brits have 1 over on this map. So I'll just count the Brits first. I'm pretty sure they're the first. 2, 3, 4. Okay, so Britain has 4 alliances. The problem here is we're going to have a number of these things that we've got to track, and there's no real easy way to track how many of them, which ones are which. Okay, but this is going to be a big one that everybody has. So I'm going to keep track of this one here. A lot of people have this thing. All right, let's look at the Germans themselves. They have 1, 2. That may be second place because Austria backed out of this. France, I believe, has none. Austria has 1. I think is third place. Russia got cleared out of all of theirs. I don't believe they have any. And Turkey does not have any either. So that means Britain is in first place, Austria is in third place. That means Germany gets a total of 2 victory points for the game. Okay. They would not have been in good condition if the war didn't happen. Let's take a look at the Brits. Stability. Okay, they're in first place for stability. Now, how many people are at 6? 1, 2. 2 people are in 6. So first and second place are both held by the English and French. Third place is held by everyone except Austria, if anybody else has a stability card in play there. Look to London. That's the diplomacy thing. So we're looking at 3, 6 points now. And the 2-power standard, we meet that, I do believe. The UK has the most power projection and at least double the next highest player. Russia was not able to get any more up. Britain wasn't either. But so that is 9 points for the UK. Now the UK didn't get any 4-point cards. I don't even know if they have any. Let me check that. They have this balance of power card. No player can have more than controls 1 or more non-home keys in Europe. Okay, that's for the full 4. 2 points if they control. If no player controls greater than 2. I think the German unification is fine. That doesn't affect it. But that would have been a horrible thing in this case. So my 9 points is pretty good. Let's look at the French. Okay, the French got their big one, the Napoleon's Legacy. They have 4 European keys. There's 4 points there. Total European keys. Okay. That is my territorial keys. I don't think there's anything else in Europe that I have. So that should be 14. Let me just make sure that's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yes, it is. Okay. I think that's higher than Russia because Russia has 3 keys that are outside Europe. There are no keys here. Okay, fair enough. They have 3 keys outside Europe plus 2 that they got for the, I think they got. I'm confused because this maybe isn't big enough. The Trans-Siberian Railroad should have increased their total keys by 2. They haven't lost any, and they haven't gained any. Well, they gained this, actually, which I didn't mark either. So if they were at 12 to begin with, yeah. So they gained 2 for this and 1 for that. So that's the 3 extra keys that they have. Those 3 extra come right off. We're down to 12. But then there's 3 more up there, so we're only at 9 keys, which is not good. And I actually have like a requirement for a lot of European keys on the Russian side. So the French are in first place for that. That gives them 3 points. So I'm at 7, and they have highest stability, so they actually would have won the game had it ended not in a war. We don't know. Austria. Austria successfully contained Prussia. They bound them together, which is the minority. They got 4 minorities with full citizenship. But no peace in our time, so they got 7 points. Now, they could have gotten rid of the peace in our time, but they would have gotten 1 point for the alliance here. And that was the card they threw away instead of the peace in our time. They did not think that this was going to go to a great war, and they actually thought they were doing pretty well in points. Getting a 4-point card and 2 3-point cards is great, and we had that, but we didn't know what the Brits were holding in cards. On to Russia. I got to swap batteries. Let me do that right now. Russian hegemony. Control 5 European keys you did not control at the beginning of the game. They do not. Controlling 4 would give them points. So they get a big blank on this one. European keys. What did we end up with? We said we gained 3, and there are 3 that we didn't have. That puts us at a 9. If these other things are right, Austria's at 9. That doesn't hurt us. Britain is not. I think we're in 2nd place. So we get 2 points for European keys. And we do not get peace in our time. Now remember, this is, I don't remember quite how, but this is going to affect our capabilities in the war. And it's not good. We're as bad off as Germany is, even though we felt like we were doing pretty well. And the Twikes. Okay. The Turks get flash points. This is, again, okay, nobody else has stability, so I can get rid of those dice. Turks got flash points, which means we do a quick count of flash points, and they're the last person to go. We look here, and we see like 1, maybe 2 for the Brits. No, that's a card destruction. I don't know if the power projection counts, so let's call it 1, maybe 2. 1 here, nothing there, nothing there. 1, maybe 2. And here, 3. So we got full value on flash points of 3. Precarious position, committed alliance with another player. We are. That puts us to 6. And then the big one, the death grip. Total number of home keys you lost is less than, not equal to the current turn. Egypt starts as lost. So we got that back, but that doesn't, Whenever you score national goals at the end of the game turn 7 or at the start of the Great War. Okay. I think we're okay. We lost Tunisia. That's 1. Macedonia is 2, 3, 4. It's turn 7. We get this. This is actually pretty easy to get. Unless people are picking on you. And I feel like that's unlikely. I feel like people, I don't know, like Russia wants the Balkans. Other people may want the Balkans. Do I still control the Balkans? That's a good question, because I lost a space in it. I don't think it actually matters, but the Balkans chit, I don't know why I picked it up, is just the most keys. There's no number in there. So I have 1, 2, 3. I don't have the majority, but I have more than any other player. This is 2 here, 1 here, and that one doesn't even count. So I actually do get to keep this. So I'm getting a full 10 points, tied with France. Could take a peek at what the tiebreaker is. I think France would win it, but let's take a look at that in case this hadn't ended in a Great War. This would give us an idea of what the scoring would be like. I'm glad we got the Great War because it means I get to see both types of victory, basically. There are no ties, or there's no tiebreaker. So Yeah, France and Turkey would have won the game. You know, it's not like multiple players win if the Great War happens. I'm fine with that. I know some people don't like games that end in a tie. I think this one is very likely to. Here's something to chew on, though. This and this have to be shown. They're 4-point cards, and everybody can see whether or not you have them. Knowing what people's 4-point goal is and seeing that they have it. For example, Austria getting the bind them together. Turkey getting the death grip. These are pretty clear. You can tell that they've got those goals, and you kind of know that, like, they're probably going to get 10 points in those cases. Now, it didn't happen, but for Austria, for example. But England did not make its goal. So, I mean, those 4-point goals are the things now I'm learning. I didn't study everything. I didn't study the game to try to figure out, how can you tell who's winning and whatnot? Which is now, like, this is the biggest piece of information I've got, is that, make sure you know what the big national goal is. Because your opponent can probably get 6 points. Any opponent can probably get 2 cards worth 6 points. They might, if they're doing okay, they might well be able to get 3 cards worth 9. But, we're shocked. Russia, who looked like they were doing pretty well, took a really dumb set of picks for what ended up coming out of it. They got 2 whole points. The same as Germany, who pretty obviously did not do very well. But, I'm sure they could have done better than the peace in our time. Okay, so we got our points and our ordering of those. What do we get? We did that. Players determining all players, neutral players will not immediately place the U.S. in the neutral. Do not place, the U.S. wouldn't be available if the Civil War was there. Minor power allies don't join. They would only join if they were part of the triggering. No players in the alliance. Italy doesn't exist. We don't have to worry about them. If you're at 0 stability, you get a stability. Good luck with that. We scored the NGs. This is kind of random. Hey, here's a fistful of NGs at the end of the game. Good luck with them. National will step. At this point, players receive bonuses for the GW based on their victory points. They receive the following. I don't know where national will is put. One EC. Oh, okay. Okay. So the people with 2 victory points get nothing. The next is 7 victory points, which is an EC and 2 track boosts. Now, what is the order done in this? Could, of course, be secret. Turn order. All right. So Germany gets theirs first. Germany gets nothing. The UK is next. The UK gets an elite corps and 3 movements on the board here. Now, movements on the board are interesting because let me grab an EC. Stability, manpower, industry. Now, building units eats up manpower. Stability is what you need to win the war. You can only take 1 point on each box. So I'm going to be taking a manpower for the English. think that's all they could get anyway. And they get 2 additional reserve armies based on the other 2 tracks being maxed out. Now, I have to look up, here it's got special UK national will. The UK doesn't have reserve armies. Each reserve army gained is placed in London. I don't know how many reserve armies, like, this is not really there. UK manpower and army. UK tracks. The number of British armies in the UK player can field prior is limited to their professional army. They do not have reserve. During the GW, building new British armies consumes British manpower, while building new Indian armies consumes colonial manpower. I don't know if I could have boosted colonial. The CW army can only be built in the GW, and it must be built in... Okay, so I think my only reserve armies are what comes from these 2. So there should only be like 2 British reserve armies, but I don't know. Actually not marked reserve. They just have 2 additional armies that they got for free. That's this. They don't get them immediately. And they can build additional armies using the manpower track, I guess. I could only grow 2 of these. I grew a UK manpower. I guess I want them in Europe. It seems to me like I have enough Indian armies as it stands. I don't know. I don't even know if I can build the Commonwealth Army since my colonials are all used up on the Indian armies. I really don't know what happens with the track here. Cannot boost the same track twice. There's nothing about the English being able to boost their track, but I might have had more colonial armies off of here. Anyway, thus is. So let's look at the next player. The next player is France. France got a full value. They get an EC and 3 boosts. That's going to give them 3 new reserve armies. Even though they're not in the war. Tuck all these away because I don't really need them right now, but I might want them to discuss stuff later. Could also get rid of the home country cards. Okay, that puts me to the Austrians. The Austrians were not bad. 7 points. They get an EC and 2 display track boosts. 1, 2, no reserve armies added. Had a lousy 2 points. They get nowhere. But Turkey had 10. And we get an EC. Still no reserve armies, though, which is a pity. Solving the Boer War was not at all important. Oh well. I'm thinking about giving the British like another squadron or something to make up for that because, I don't know, they're a little worried about their naval situation. Like I wouldn't have resolved it if I had known that, so let's just give them that. Just a broken squadron. We'll put it here facing the Russians because I am worried about the Russian Navy. More than the French. The French aren't in the war. Even though they're well situated for it. And that's actually a big deal because then they can jump into the war with all these high stats and kind of be like fresh forces coming in. At least that's what I think. We set the turn order. Each alliance sets their turn order for the entirety The German alliance always goes first. Okay, so we grab the turn order cards for Germany and Russia, and they will be facing Britain, Turkey, and Austria. Britain, Turkey, and Austria. And the Germans get somewhere or another, there's one of these, there's a couple of them, anybody like wild card ones. I don't know where they are. I'm looking at all kind of counters. Here we go, bonus impulse. And you know what sucks? It's not the same size. This is the Triple Alliance. Okay. And that's actually a nice little bit of flexibility. Although I'm back a power, we'll see. Definitely want the bonus to be last. I don't know who I want going first. The Russians want to go first. And that means the Germans will be here, and the Triple Alliance one will be here. And then the other alliance, I don't know. I don't know. The Austrians can afford to go after the Germans, and I might get an advantage out of boosting the Turks there, and we'll put the Brits last. It's the bonus impulses. Now we're going to be on the planning step. I'm going to stop there for a bit again. There's a lot we're going through, and we're kind of learning it as we go, which is pretty much what the designer suggests, kind of, is like, yeah, don't read the rules for the Great War. Don't pay attention to it. Yeah, I read them. I don't remember them. So it's essentially the same thing, except that, you know, now I've looked at them twice, but it's really, at this point, it's just a looking over a menu or a recipe and working my way slowly through it. Although at some point, I do have to like absorb how to actually play it. You know, a nice sunrise, but you know, they're so short. Like, I was eating, I had just made a sandwich when I noticed, I had seen it starting when it was not far from what it is now, and then really, really good. And, you know, it was there almost perfect for like 5 minutes or so, maybe a little longer, I don't know. The clouds are good today. Anyway, where are we? We're in the planning step. We don't use the regular cards, we use the GW cards. We reshuffle the GW discard pile into the GW card deck. Okay, this is important because there's a planning step every turn. Deal all the players, including neutrals, 1 card. Everybody's got a hand limit of 1. Okay, we'll do that. This is only a 10-card deck, and drawing a lot of cards from it. So, like with the national goals, I ended up shuffling it, but then rolling a die for each player for how deep in the deck I would pull, and then putting the rest at the bottom, just to get it a little bit more shuffling up. Let's take a look at what we got. Minor power entry, choose an independent minor power and roll a die. On greater than or equal to a 3, it joins on a side of your choice. An independent minor power. I think that means one without an alliance, but this event cannot cause a minor to join a war against its pre-GW player ally, right? Except Baltic powers do not follow this rule. The minor power, that makes sense. Romania switched sides, basically, for example. You could say Italy did too, but that's handled differently. The minor power gains one army if able. I assume that means one more than it already had. Choose a member of their alliance to control the minor power. Place that player's alliance power in the minor power space. When the power enters the GW, their units cannot move or attack until after the active player's next impulse. Place this card in front of the active player as a reminder and discard it at the end of the active player's next turn. Place a strict neutrality marker on a minor power. Okay. I don't know what that means. I have neutral influence markers, which I could use for this. I have white markers, which I could use for it. I don't think there are strict neutrality markers in the game, but there are certainly things I could use for it. Fair enough. So those are my two options. It's got a 1. Everything's got 1 point in this. I do want to look at everyone's. I don't know why. It's probably a bad idea, but technological terror. Gain a +2 battle modifier during the battle, after the battle, place the card face down in front of your opponent. Remember, these are the ones you hand off. If attacking during or after GW turn 3, gain +2 land battle modifier and cancel all the effects of trenches in this battle. This is tanks or infiltration, I guess. After the battle, place this card face down in front of your opponent. Okay. Now you can hold this card, but it means you don't get a card next time. And getting cards is good. Exhaustion. This event takes effect at the end of this impulse and remains active for the remainder of the GW turn. All major defeats reduce stability by 2 instead of 1, or all players fighting in the Great War lose 1 victory point. This option can only be chosen if there is currently a neutral player. Oh! Hey, hey, hey! We finally get to use the victory point markers. So here they go. This is interesting. Was that Germany's? Or France's? So France holds this, which they can just screw with people's victory points, which makes more sense. We don't really want to reduce stability of either side, of anybody. So this is kind of a nice card for them when they get their turn. Only because they're the neutral. But by reducing the victory points, we end up in the absolute lead. I don't remember what the victory is at the end of a war. If neither side wins, the neutrals automatically win, I thought. Or the highest ranking one. So, let's see. Neutral player with highest victory point total wins. Otherwise, the player with highest stability wins. If one side wins, I thought there was something that's different. Like if you have like twice as many victory points as, I don't know what. But I'm not seeing it here. Oh, you know what? The victory. So the GW victory is listed there, but the game victory was way back here, and that maybe tells me other things that would fit these rules perfectly. Okay. Where are we? There are no tiebreakers. Okay, here we go. The alliance wins. So we didn't look at this. Everybody totals their victory points. Victory point score could be modified by current stability. Ooh, national characteristics, Germany and Russia. We didn't pay attention to that. Ugh. Okay, nobody's stability was low enough it affected their victory points, and they're always, the high end doesn't affect them either. So, there were no events that affected victory that I'm aware of. So we have Germany and Russia we have to look through. Now, Germany, unification, maybe. This doesn't, this doesn't, this doesn't, this doesn't, this doesn't, this doesn't, this doesn't. So the only thing I can say is the unification itself, because it's got a card, maybe affects it. I don't see anything there. Maybe we need to look at the national power abilities. Is there anything here that's not in there? I mean, maybe. I don't trust this game, but I don't see anything. The only thing I see for Germany, now we got to go back to where we were, which was way at the beginning. The only thing I see with Germany is sort of unification, but not really. Like, nothing directly applies to victory points in their national characteristics or over here. Something else? Colonial keys. That's what it is. The colonial keys. Okay. And we had this issue before, but of course it passes through my mind because the rule doesn't tell me where to look. Okay, what about Russians? Well, we'll look through everything on the Russians because we learned our lesson and it's not anything there. So now got to remember that. The first key Russia loses during the Great War does not lose Russian stability. Now there is a scorched earth counter. I guess it's for that. If Russia occupies Istanbul, they gain their victory points. That may be all it is. Okay. Yeah, and Russia gains a card with lower stability than other people do. Fair enough. All right. But again, the components and the rules and whatnot, this is what you got to do so many times in this game. All right, what about an alliance win in the Great War? They don't automatically win the game. If there are any neutrals, the team that wins scores bonus victory points equal to 4 minus the current Great War turn. Okay, so France right now is ahead. And if the Great War is not over early, they might win. And the victorious alliance gets their victory points. It looks to me like France more or less just has this almost in the bag. Turkey and Britain, well, it depends on what's going on. But Turkey and Britain are on the same side. The Turks have the 10 victory points. They would not be surpassed by the French. It depends on how long it goes, right? But for the other side, we're looking at Germany and Russia. They basically can't win. So France is in a very powerful position here with all the points they had. Okay. At the end of Great War Turn 5, if neither alliance has won, regardless of the board state, the neutral player with highest victory point totals wins. And that's it. So I think it's going to be really hard to stop France from winning because the Great War broke out. When a lot of us were thinking, oh, we're not doing very well on victory points. Yeah, that's not a good position to be in. But we shall see if the war somehow ends real fast. But it's World War I. It's not going to. We know how much one action point can do us. It's not going to get us anywhere near, the historical Schlieffen Plan type situation. But Berlin is real close to the French. Of course, the French aren't in the war. Vienna and Hungary, I mean, that's a lot to take. I don't know, man. Because it takes one CP to, fight a battle. And you get one CP that you can play per round plus your card. And, yeah. Okay. We shall see. Because maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there are lots of CPs. Okay. Where am I? So, I think the first thing we do is we look at this. So, planning, draw a card, flip face down ones. This is so weird, right? They get handed to you face up. You're holding it in your hand face down. It's fucked up. I'm going to probably use a used marker or something because it looks like my hand of one card if I pass it. War budget is going to be industry plus colonial war bonus CP. Oh, what that is. Okay. And then we're allowed to give one to an ally. So we got to find that. We did this here. Planning, flip face down. Yeah. Set CP. All players set their CP equal to their industry with a minimum of 2. I don't know how the U.S. gets in the war. I don't see any war budget. I don't see a war budget from colonial stuff. So that's got to be in the colonial rules. Colonial war stability. If one alliance contains all the spaces, yeah, this should be over where you get things. All the spaces in Africa or Asia submap. Yeah, that's that's not even possible. I mean, that seems. That seems impossible. First of all, in this game, it is impossible because not all of Africa is controlled by players. But even if it were, it might not all be controlled by belligerent players. And, Asia, you're not going to see that thing get eaten up. Wow. That feels fucking weird. All the spaces on the submap. Do not count neutral spaces when determining control. Okay. So that brings it to an interesting thing. So over here, what are the alliances? Because I'm assuming French, well, I don't know. Because the French are neutral. Are their spaces neutral? Or are we following, I don't remember what the term was. I don't remember if neutral spaces was an official term. Map spaces. Keys. Okay. Nationalities, that doesn't tell me. Flashpoints, power projection. Special spaces, neutral is not special. I don't know. We go to control and we have independence, uncontrolled, so I don't think neutral is an official term from before. I thought it might be. Which to me means France controls neutral spaces. These influences don't matter. So at the beginning of the game, the Africa submap is completely controlled by the Anglo-Turkish and Austrian alliance, unless France shifts over. That's how I read it. We would like some kind of marker for that to remind us about it, but we don't see one. Asia, what do we have? We have a space controlled maybe by Germany, but that's a neutral space because that's just an ally unless they're brought into the war, I think. Again, not sure. This is a Russian space. Is this a space? I don't know. Again, got to look up the special term. It's really easy. Like these games, these point-to-point games, because they distinguish by a specific word everything. But those specific words are things that are generally things like neutral space, or uncontrolled space, or something like that, which it's like, you've got to look it up every fucking time, because it's not a simple meaning. Whereas, when I look at the meanings that show up in, say, Pax Britannica, as an example, which also is essentially a point-to-point map, it is, in the same way as this is. I don't have that problem. Because, I don't know. I'm not sure why, to be honest. Maybe because I found it earlier. So now I look for this again because I have to figure out where that information is going to be and where I found it before. What am I looking up? I don't remember anymore. Space. So now I have to look up for the word space. What does that mean? We've got territories, capitals, and keys. So spaces, I think, is anything, including naval bases. So this, and that was really what I was looking up, is in play. Now, as to whether something is neutral, I'm guessing in the war or not. I don't know. I could look in the index, but I know the index doesn't fucking tell me a damn thing. It does not have the word neutral in it, because that's not like a rules section. For whatever reason, the index is like the table of contents in terms of what it presents and what it doesn't. So I'm gonna, say that, look, Japan and Persia are neutral, but the Russians control a couple of things, and that's in opposition to the British, who control almost everything else. But the Brits completely control the UK, so they're going to get an extra point. Now, where was I? I was in the midst of something when I was looking this up. This is in the wrong place for that. I am looking for set the budget. All players set their budget equal to their industry, except during the GW, you are only playing the GW here. It just gets me lost. Okay, so Germany will have a war budget of 6. And I don't know where my war budget marker went. It's been in play. Oh, there it is. Okay. I don't know where to put it because it's in a stupid play. Like it's going to be on top of my territorial keys. They don't get anything additional. This card will give them an additional one, if I recall correctly. But again, we're going to have to work through the rules there. The Brits. Well, now we got to go look back at what we were looking at. Colonial stability. If one alliance controls these, they gain an CP. If one alliance controls this, they gain controls both, they gain 3. Do not count neutral spaces. These bonus must be divided up among those who are not blockaded. Every alliance member does not receive the total. If they can't come to an agreement, their CPs are lost. Look, Britain has a good industry of 6. They probably don't need that extra one. Let's go look at Austria, who has an industry of 4 and is kind of in the midst of things, and Turkey, who has an industry of 4. Oh, fuck. Okay, not too much damage done. An industry of 4. Who do the Brits want to give their point to for Africa? They don't need it, but I didn't look at the rest of the cards. All right, let's look at the rest of the cards. Major power entry. Choose to shift either Italy or the US on the alliance track. If Italy is chosen, roll a die. 4 through 6, it shifts into the chosen alliance and joins. Otherwise, this has no effect. If the US is chosen, it automatically shifts into the chosen alliance. What? Oh, if Italy is chosen, you roll. If the US is chosen, it automatically shifts. However, the US will only join the Great War once it reaches the committed box. Got to go see some rules there. When a power enters GW, their units cannot move or attack until after the active player's next impulse. Place this card in front of the active player as a reminder and discard it at the end of the active player's next turn. Remove from the game and draw another if neither Italy nor the US can join the Great War. This is interesting. The US is agnostic at the beginning, right? But the Austrians got their card. That means we're going to have the US as our potential allies, and that could be a big game changer. That could be major. All right. The Russians, Dawn of Modern Warfare, gain a +2. This is one of the battle cards that you hand off. +2 battle modifier during your battle, after which you place the card face down in front of your opponent. If attacking during or after a GW turn 3, gain +2 and cancel the trenches. Okay, so this is the same as the technological terrors. Doesn't make a difference. And the Turks have submarines. This is weird. Like, to me, US entry in favor of Germany or whatever would have been very hard. There was already a significant Anglo-US confluence of ideas in terms of things like free trade and stuff. And that general feeling, along with, you know, nationally, we were more pro-British than pro-German in terms of the nationality of the country and the people here. Certainly propaganda had a huge amount to do with it as well, but also for what, you know, because of these already leanings heading over, we also had this like absolute horror at what submarine warfare was doing, yet ignored the fact that Britain was, you know, preventing our trade more than the Germans were. The Germans were not generally hunting US ships. Like, even in the unrestricted warfare period, they weren't hunting US flagships. They were hunting British ships that happened to be carrying U.S. people and probably armaments. If you're looking at like the Lusitania, it had armaments on it. They were secret, but the Germans knew about them. And, you know, so we were very much aligned with the Brits without like And you can make arguments, you know, Britain and France were more democratic at that point. France right now wouldn't be in this. But yeah, it's a weird situation to just throw the Americans in as a random factor, as opposed to like the Italians, who I assume, if Italy is chosen, roll a die. It shifts into the alliance and chooses, yeah, you know what? Italy, so the US is automatic. Whoever gets the card gets a bonus. Italy is a little weirder because they might already be pro one alliance or another and not follow it, which is very much the historical case. And I'm actually reasonably okay with Italy being kind of randomized like that, but it feels like a 50-50 on the US. Wow. Now, Austria gets the card, they play it, and yes, we're on sort of the pro-British side here, so it's not that bad. But they play the card, they get it, they end up shifting the US one box. The card could end up in somebody else's hand the next time, or nobody's, so there's no guarantee that you're going to get them by getting the jump on them. But it's really hard to believe that unless there were actions taken in the game, like it's hard to justify that they would end up against the Brits and say with the, you know, the alliances that did form, and with, well, really with almost anyone, except maybe France, because France felt like more of a democracy at that time to us probably. But yeah, I mean, all the democracies ended up on the Entente. Russia was the odd man out, who was very much not a democracy and was something of a problem, to tell you the truth, in terms of things. But yeah, Italy was a democracy too, monarchical, but yeah, they had democratic systems. Now, you could argue their democratic systems weren't that much more advanced than like Germany's. I mean, you do have a parliament equivalent, the Reichstag or whatever, or something. I don't remember. I doubt it was called the Reichstag. It might have been. But yeah, they had the trappings, but so did Russia. You know, so did Austria. Turkey's probably the only one who really wasn't a democracy. Anyway, and they were trying to shift in that way. So anyway, what do submarines do? Choose a player that is not currently blockaded and was blockaded last turn. Then roll a die. Prior to rolling, you may add plus or minus 2 DRM. And this is another weird thing. Like, Turkey would not have... You had to invest in building a decent submarine fleet and a tactical system. And the Germans certainly did over the course of the war. Anyway, this should give you maybe an option to. Prior to rolling, you can add +2 or +2 to -2 on the roll. You can lower the player's war budget, lower the chosen player's war budget by 2, and shift the U.S. alliance chit towards the chosen player's alliance. Remember, the U.S. must shift into committed. Okay, so this is another way to get the U.S. into play. Okay. Exceptions. On a result of 4 to 6, the second war budget loss cannot reduce a player's war budget below 1. So you can avoid angering the U.S. with your subs. I don't know what happens if you roll less than a 1. Like, that's... We could look in here. It's not going to be in here. Oh, the designer says if you'll permit a bit of pride, or pardon, a bit of pride, this may be the best designed card in the game. The player's choice to apply a +2, plus or -2 DRM. Models that player ordering their submarines to use restraint they're declaring. I mean, okay. The +2 DRM has a higher likelihood of doing more damage. Yeah, well designed. It does not give the results of what happens if I get below a 1. Or above a 6, for that matter. I'm assuming that those are the minimum and maximum. It was me saying or above a 6 that convinced me of that. Because while I could see, you could say no effect if you roll below a 1, I can't see you saying anything about what happens on a 6. Now, I don't know what they mean the second war budget loss. Lower the chosen war budget by 2 and shift the U.S. alliance. Yeah, I don't see a second war budget loss there. I don't know what that even is supposed to mean. Oh, the second point. So the first point could drop you down to 0. The second point could not. Gotcha. Okay. And I mean, I got no problem with that plus or -2. I can't see being particularly proud of it. It's a cute thing. You know, I can see being particularly unproud of not saying why, you know, what the results are if they exceed the limits of the thing. And I don't think there's like some kind of rule in the game that says if you exceed or decrease a chart. Everything else in the game is pretty good. It's like greater than, less than. We don't see that here. We don't see less than 3, greater than or equal to 6, or anything like that. So, yeah. But at least, but also risks angering the U.S. in games with the South. Yeah, I remember reading that. By the way, I noticed something kind of interesting when I went through this, which is very nice. There is a compendium of all the national goals in the back of this. I can look, there's descriptions of what all the different cards are, and they're historical, as opposed to what they actually do, and certainly no clarifications. And I could see some players wanting that, but I feel like the national goals are really, really important. Whereas trying to memorize this huge deck, maybe there are a couple of cards in there that you really want to know about. Maybe. But yeah. All right. We have bubbled almost everything and overused everything, overspoken everything. But we were somewhere in the midst of something when I caught that I didn't do my cards, which is setting the budgets. So, did we choose? Yeah, so that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to choose Austria or Turkey to get its budget money. And now the Russians, I guess they just get 3. Wow, that sucks. Did we give everyone else their budget? I mean, the French have a war budget too, I guess. I don't know for sure. I don't think they can use it. I think they get a turn where they get chances to play their card and that's it. But I'll give them their budget. So yeah, I have to decide between Austria and Turkey which one to give. I think Austria is in the tougher position, so I'm going to give them the fruits of Britain's Africa. That is going to put us... 4, we can give a CP to an ally. Uh-oh, didn't think about that. Where's this? Oh. It's actually not there. This is really interesting. Most spend up to 1 CP from their CP to conduct an action. No. There's non-player powers. I think everybody's allowed to give 1 CP to an ally. I got to think about that. I actually thought there was something, maybe it's here. Should they join the war, the U.S. and Unified will always go after all other players, all minors. I thought there was something that said you could give a CP, that neutrals could give a CP as well. But I'm not finding that. Like, this just struck me with a memory. I thought like the French would be able to donate a single CP to one of the allies, to one of the players, just to try to keep things alive. That would fit the concept of like the U.S. funding the British war, well, the Entente war effort, but mainly the British, which they kind of did a little bit. Wasn't as big as like in World War II. So yeah, I don't know. Well, I need to run a battery or charge the battery. I need to break because of that in order to pee too. And I don't know, somebody would like to give Russia money, but Germany can give Russia $1. They will do that. Because Russia's war budget is puny. And the Brits have a fair amount without a lot of armies. Let's give 1 point to the Turks. Now, you would think there's some restriction on this, like somebody couldn't be blockaded or something. This is why there needs to be a thing here, right? Fuck. Players blockaded if they trace. Players can only trace through the Baltic. At the end of each year of the GW, decrease the maximum industry of every player. They cannot reduce the industry below 3. The U.S. fighting in the GW, check if the North Atlantic naval box is occupied by enemy units. If it is, the U.S. loses a stability. Yeah, so like the British blockade would not affect the U.S. And I found that kind of annoying. Like, to me, if the Germans had not engaged in submarine warfare, I honestly think that the British blockade would have kept us out of the war. But I'm not seeing anything about the blockade that prevents people from giving that 1 CP. I don't like it. I feel like I'm missing some piece of rules or something here that should be talking about me being able, some kind of restrictions on being able to ship that money. Obviously, right now, well, Germany can give to Russia because they're adjacent to each other. And the UK alliance is the one controlling the seas right now. So they're not a problem. So I think we're fine right now, but I suspect there's some kind of rule in here about being able to just schlop points into somebody's hands. But boy, Britain would be in trouble if they don't control the seas. I'll say that much. Okay, I gotta stop for now. What I was looking for was right in front of me. All belligerent powers, and the U.S. if it's in the war, can also transfer 1 CP to an ally, but they must be able to trace a line of communication to that power. That works perfectly fine. I thought there was something that allowed the neutrals to do so as well, but apparently not. Okay, so the maneuver step, we spend a CP from our war budget to conduct an action, and then we could also play our card. The card can be played for a bonus action, a 1 CP action, or as the event. Okay. Mandatories. It's the exhaustion card. It triggers the event, grants the active player a bonus CP to spend, and it takes the impact as well. They have to play it at some point during their turn, so they can't pass while they have it. We've already touched on this. We've already gone through all the different actions. I'm not going to go through them again, obviously. We are in war turn 0. Okay. And then the first year the trenches come in. Okay. So this is like the August, maybe early September, and this is October and later on the first year. And then each turn is going to be a year with the winter following it. We generate our production each year. Fair enough. All right, let's think about what the Germans want to do. We've done a joint naval operation because we don't want to be blockaded, and we're going to see if we can beat the British fleet when the Russians go. We're not going to play our card. That puts us on the Turks. Rail move units up to here. I have enough industry to do that. I have a problem. This guy's not in line of communication. He's allowed to be there, but he's got an issue. I've got to look up the impact. I believe he may have taken a step loss. This is actually a real problem. He's caught behind this, and I did not get a chance to move him. Actually, I think I did, but I fucked it up. Like, I fucked up a couple of things. The Brits don't have to blockade the Baltic. The North Sea would be enough to keep the Russians blockaded. Just like they don't have to blockade the Black Sea. I didn't really think about it. But the Dardanelles also locks them in there. Okay, screwed up. The Germans went first. I gotta redo this. I thought the Germans went first. This looked German to me. It's not. It's Russia. I don't think of Russia as white and black, but everybody's dark underneath. It's going to open up differently. I have Dawn of Modern Warfare. I could get a big battle modifier, but I got a good battle going on already, so I'm going to hold that off. I am going to attack the Austrians here and here with support coming up through there. So that's 246 to 2. I'm at +4 against the Austrians. I don't think these cards can be used. Oh, they can. They're reaction cards or combat cards. Okay. Oh, cannot be played on GW turn 0. That's a fucking blow. I could play it for the point, but getting the US seems really important to me. But it's a turn delay if that's the case. It's an extra point that I don't have. So what did I say? 246 +4. That's going to be a +6 total. That's a decisive victory. Now, there's not 2 units on each side, which is a limiting factor on decisive. So that's a 2-0 with a single star. The victor could inflict an extra casualty. He doesn't want to do that. He's destroyed this. Now we've got to look at GW stability. It's all here. Decisive defeat. Losing a dreadnought. I thought losing a unit was one. Interesting. Let's see if that's different. Nope. Okay. But we did take the space. Germany and Russia are together. So we're going to march into here and capture this. And that eats up a... I don't gain stability for taking the enemy space, but I do eat up an Austrian stability for taking it. That was the Russian turn. I got to think about my Turks. Turks are allied with Austria. I could actually rail through Austria. and move through them. So that's actually not as big a problem as I thought it was. All right, let's do the rail movement that I was going to do, but also get up into Hungary or something. This alliance is in trouble. Russia is going to refit one of their armies. I flipped it over already, giving them a little bit more strength. It's not a good position though. I could capture this German stuff. There's nothing that lets me pull miners in, is there? I don't. Draft isn't going to allow me to do that. It's not like drafting something. Yeah, there's nothing that lets me pull miners in automatically. I need a card to do that, apparently. I don't know how much that feels right. Oh, this is dead. Refitting only costs me the manpower. Drafting an army is what costs me manpower. And there are problems if my manpower gets too low. I get to that exhausted level where I'm not able to fight well anymore. But I have tons of manpower, so no worries there. So that's the Austrians. Now the Germans and Russians get another action available. I didn't do anything with the Germans. I don't know why I didn't. But they would have played the joint naval here because I want to fight that. But now I can spend a point with the Russian Navy to move forward, or this is actually not a problem at all. I'm going to move the Navy so that I don't, because I have that joint naval move that I think I want to do. And that brings all of one fucking German squadron in. I don't know how worth it this is, but whatever. We have 3 squadrons and a dreadnought versus 2.5 squadrons and a dreadnought. The 3 squadrons, I think dreadnoughts are worth more than 2 points. I think they're worth 3 points, but I'm not positive of this. Brits are going to try to avoid naval battle. They must roll greater than a 5 on 1 die. This is in an ocean hex, so it's +1. But they have more ports, so it's at even. I get away. I'll slip into here. That is still blockading them, and I don't see how I can fight them. I was hoping the bad British setup would give me, allow me to catch things. The Russians can also sail out into the Black Sea. Doesn't really do anything, but whatever. Seems like a good idea. But that was kind of a wasted turn. Makes up for the Brits taking a chance, though, right? And now it's the British turn. What the fuck can they do? Hey, I haven't really been paying attention to cards too much. I got the technological terror. I don't remember what's up with these. I know I can mobilize them early. Enough it's not in here where I thought I'd look for it. I thought it was actually in both places, but nothing's in both places ever. Here we go. A UEC is attached. Since they don't have reserve, their reserve armies will be placed at the start of game turn 1. Until that point, if they're placed in there... Oh, I thought I had something I could play it and bring them to field early. I don't know what I can do. What did I have here? This technological terror. I mean, I could sail in and beat up the Germano-Russian army, I guess. I could fight over here. Not sure if I can just declare war on miners. Don't think I want to, but... With Kiel closed, he would have to pay a movement point to get there. That would take a full CP, and then, unless he plays his card, he wouldn't get to play it again. I think winning the naval battle is a huge thing. It's certainly worth a lot. So I'm going to sail into there. I am going to travel with them. What's here? The East Med, I'm not allowed to blockade through the West Med, even though nothing can come through. Oh no, there's the Suez Canal there now. I thought the Suez was gone. That's why I said that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll move into the East Med. We got a battle there. We want to evade. +1. Oh, we're not in. This isn't an ocean. I cheated, but I rolled high enough it didn't matter. Okay. Attacking player has no friendly ports. That gives me a +1. We get to slip away. We'll dip back. We'll dip back into Kiel, actually, because that causes the Brits some angst. I'm not able to do an amphibious assault without a move. I don't think I spent my... I'm never going to remember this. Spending the 1 mark each time. I mean, I guess I'll eventually get to it. Everybody is gone. The French can go. I don't remember when. I don't know, if there were multiple neutrals. I think it's play order. I could put them in the thing to remind me. Oh. All major defeats reduce stability by 2 instead of 1. That doesn't sound fun. All players fighting the Great War lose 1 victory point. This option can only be chosen if there's currently a neutral player. I can't use this point, but I can use this to drop everybody's victory points by 1. This is what I want, because the victory level... Now I don't know where I look. Because there's like 2 really disparate locations, right? But I think it's this way. And it's so hard to remember because it's so weird and so different. Victory is the first fucking thing in the rule book. Like, I should be able to find that. Okay. These are NGs. End of Great War, turn 7. Okay. If an alliance wins the Great War, if there's a neutral player, the team that wins the Great War scores bonus victory points equal to that. Compare the highest victory point of the single player to the victorious alliance to the highest victory point of the single player among the neutrals. Yeah. So if the war is not over quickly... Now, I'm worried that actually the Russia-German alliance is going to win this thing. But I certainly don't want to screw with people's stability, because that only brings the war to a closer end. That is going to bring us to Not the winter. We're still in that first turn 0 with the points we have. And I'm going to reset these, but I'll probably not do it that way next time. And I guess the Germans get to go. Do we want to blockade the Brits? Well, not really. I've decided naval expeditions are too dangerous. Like, if I sail out, that doesn't get me anything. Oh, these aren't Germans, these are Russians. They're still Russians. They just look German to me for whatever reason. It's because of the black. Like, that's all it shows to me. I don't see white. I don't know why. I think I did enough. That was like one card around. I know things feel cheap right now, and I'm floundering a little bit, but that's what I want to do there. The Russians could have actually sailed out with this guy. Does that serve me any purpose? I don't think so. I don't know. Like, wow, the Brits are really fucking me up. On 9 a.m. It's a cloudy, supposed to be rainy day. I don't expect to do much. I think I'm going to go to sleep soon for at least a little while. I think I know it's part of the reason why I keep thinking it's Germany's turn first. Because Germany has been consistently the first player because of normal play order. I actually don't know if there was something, the track bonuses, that I did in normal play order rather than this. I think it probably was this, but I'm not positive. Anyway, let's get at least another action in. Yeah, you know, this is going to be quite a bit of actions, to be honest, but they're small. Because they're each 1 CP, essentially. Like, if I'm comparing it to a regular turn in terms of actions, each war turn, I don't know, it doesn't have as many as a full regular turn, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the whole Great War in all 5 turns, if it goes 5 turns, on a single video. So we'll look, we'll think. Pays for a movement action. They're down to just 1 in their war budget. They have a card. They have to play it on their next thing because they can't pass if they have a card. Maybe they want to play the card. No. They moved down into Galicia, Transylvania. That takes another stability off the Austrians. And they moved into Afghanistan, which I don't think does. Losing a territorial key on the main map or losing a home key in Asia or Africa. That's not that. And I don't know if it's particularly advantageous to me to be there. But whatevers. Okay, the Turks. Jesus, I don't know if I paid. Yeah, I paid. I'm getting confused because there are tracks. There are too many things. I want a war budget track, to be honest. They're going to make an attack into Georgia. This gives me 2-4 divided by 2 for the attack. Brings it to 2. That's 2 to 2. We both have 1 point of support going in. I'm going to throw my elite in. That puts it to a +1. You have to be the attacker to use this. Okay. Which isn't great, but I have the advantage on this front, and I'm going to see what I can do. I'm not going to gain keys there, so there's not much. It's a 4-4. That's the attacker victory. We each take 1, but we actually take another 1. So we're going to take 2 hits on the Russians. I guess 2 hits on the Turks here. Do I want to take them both there? I can support a full point. This goes away. If I split them, I can support a full point. So I think I'll do this instead. I think that's wiser. The Russians have to leave. Fall back to the Caucasus. I move into Georgia. I take Georgia, but it's not worth anything. This was not a major battle. And that's the Turks. I forgot the Germans' special ability on their first turn. I'm going to bring this in. They could do that in addition to the joint naval or whatever they did. Anyway, it's on their turn. They're not in great shape here. What is... Okay, I didn't attack... I attacked into Galicia. I should have been halved going in there. Fuck. Right? That was the endless space. Army supporting a battle, not attacking. Okay. I think I was a point off, but I'm not going to try to fix it. All right, so now the Germans... Their problem is they don't have a very big army, nor a very good one. But I could move in and take Bohemia and support that with a movement cost. That causes another morale hit, and now Austrian stability is down. I think that takes effect now. I'm not sure. But they're also now at a -1 on the battle modifiers whenever they're the main defender. Let me look up whether or not those victory points on the stability chart go away. Otherwise, I'll give Austria a point back. But it's not going to really matter too much. They're close to surrender. Here it says the negative victory point track is only applied the moment of scoring. In other words, players do not receive negative victory points when their stability reaches 1 or 0. They only occur when victory points are scored. I think this does not go away, but it really doesn't matter. Austria is very close to falling. France is saying, that's great. Germany and Russia are so far behind me on the victory point track. Even if it ends quickly in favor of Germany and Russia, and they get 5 more points, they're still nowhere near me in points. Cool. So if you do poorly in your victory points, you may be almost incapable of winning the game. Austria's got a big problem. First of all, the Russians can just slip in back into here and then start taking Turkish spaces that are out of range of the Turks. I mean, they got this army, but they can't slip through. They might be able to slip through Allied territory. I'm not sure about that. I'll have to look that up. But I can't leave this open. So I'm going to spend a manpower and a war budget to build a new army. Doesn't matter what number it is. And I guess put it here. It's supported by the Turkish army, but at half strength. I can't, I don't know. I just don't think I can hold out. Austria's position is they could play the major power entry and help their side as a whole, but it doesn't really help them. So I'm going to pay that second point to upgrade my army at this point, instead of trying to bring the US in. Now, if I could win after losing, that would be okay, but I can't. So, I got to do what I got to do. I don't think that movement through the Greek territory is allowed. Now, this is weird because historically, the Serbs went and hid in Greece And, uh, the English shipped troops through there and everything. Maybe there's some kind of card that allows for that. I don't know right now. But from what I can tell, the movement rules are the same as they are under the normal march rules. And those say you can't enter a neutral space. Again, not sure about the neutrality aspect here. We looked for some definition of neutral. We can't find it. And we've been definitely looking at, okay, these miners are neutral right now, unless they're brought in. So now we're on the bonus action for the Russo-German alliance. And I mean, the French could join this at any time and just kind of win the game, but they would rather win it alone than win it in conjunction, which they will do if they stay neutral, basically. The only thing is, like, the Brits or the Turks could beat them. Well, if the Brits or Turks are still alive. Now, here's the thing. I take one more space and we knock Austria out of the war. What happens when I knock Austria out of the war? Well, this is interesting because will I have access through, like, Banat? I think so, but I need to look that up. And that's important because a couple of Turkish spaces I could take. That would drop Turkish stability down. One thing that's going to be really hard is defeating England. Their navy kind of makes that very, very difficult right now. I mean, I could position stuff up at Kiel to go out to sea, but anything like that would telegraph, and the Brits have plenty of war points left. So if I do knock Austria out, Austria's territory becomes available for anybody to march through. No real gain to capturing things, just what it is. All right. And as to England, I don't know. I don't know how to beat them. I mean, they won't be able to win, but I just can't see being able to defeat them, to be honest. Maybe with the U.S. And even so, even if I do, that doesn't change things. So we'll know what the result is. France will win the game pretty much no matter what. So anyway. However, I want to do as best as I can. As best as I can, these are Austrian spaces, so I can attack under normal conditions from them. So I could attack with 2 strength points, and this is adjacent to both, so another 2. We're getting cut in half by that. So that's 4 strength points for the Russians against the Turks, who would have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not a good combination. Now, Russia does have a card that could give them a bonus. But it's not great. And here, I would be attacking 2 to 2, and he could throw 2 more in. So again, it's at -2. So I don't see the Russians making an attack. What about up here with the Germans? 2, 3, 4 to 2, 4, maybe 5, 6, 7. That's not good either. We're kind of deadlocked here. Let me look at cards and think. Well, this is weird. What happens if I attack Austria, knock them out, and give them this card? Oh. I think they can give it to another ally before they completely collapse. But I can look at the collapse rules there. It tells a whole bunch of stuff we remove. When a player surrenders, remove the following from play: all their units, their markers on the alliance, their wartime initiative, all their ally mount. Lastly, their space on the wartime initiative is replaced. Nothing about cards. Any other card I couldn't transfer, but this card is actually allowed to be transferred. So I'm going to say that they can get rid of it. I'm thinking that my best move is that 2, 4 to 2. Oh, these are different nation. 2, 3, 4. It's at even. It's at +2 if I play this. I'll do that. This is giving it to the Austrians. I'm going to, instead of flipping it over, I'm going to just put one of these blanks on it to indicate that they can't use it right now. So that means, what did I say I was at? I'm at +2. I'm going to go for the attack. The reason is, well, I want to knock Austria out. I already had the plus advantage, but by killing the Turkish unit and by wiping the Austrian territory out, I open this stuff up. I actually have the capability of bringing Bulgaria in as an ally, so I might be able to take Constantinople. Russia would love that. Oh, but boy did the Austrians get a good roll. So I think I was at +2. This was 2, 4 to 2, 3, 4. It was even. It was +2. That means I'm at a -2 on the combat chart, which means the defender wins and we both take 1 casualty or 2. Well, we lose the space if we take 2, I think. So we will just take 1 casualty. The attack was going to be from here. The Austrians get that card. This is not a major victory of any kind for anyone. And this was that. That's going to put it to the Brits. I don't know what they're up to. What are the Russians thinking? St. Petersburg is open. We're going to hit it. What do I have here? Technological terror. I could use that. Spend a point. We're going to do an amphibious assault here. I got to look up amphibious assault because I think I'm allowed some naval power and whatnot as well. Here we go. Oh, I've been having versus the difficult severe. It's only a -1. Oh, fuck. I might have had more. Oh, what does that mean? This would have been 2, 4, 3, 4, 5 to 2, 3, 4. So I was actually a +1, +2, +3. I think I would have gotten a +1 on that. So we rolled this. If I was at +3, I'd be at -1. No, it would be the same result. The difference between Defender 1, Defender 2 is the same. Oh, actually, Defender 1 is a 2-star. Both sides take a -1 casualty. Okay, that's a problem. I think that allows me to advance instead. Hold on. Let's give the Brits back their point. We could correct that quickly enough that it was worth doing. You're still here. I was looking up advance after combat. If the defender retreated, the attacker must advance. There's no advance for destroying the defender. So we don't get to move in there. We don't get to destroy Austria. So it's close to the same result. Just a little bloodier. We go back to the Brits. I got a chance of knocking Russia out of the war, or at least forcing them to ship a lot of troops up to defend things. So we're going to do what we were talking about, which is this. Let's look at what my modifiers are. I get a -1 for the amphibious landing. I thought there was a naval bonus, and I don't know what that is, so I'm going to have to look up and see if it's there. Okay, so I could sail into the port with a naval action, but that doesn't allow me the amphibious assault right afterwards. I could, of course, play this card not for the technological advantage and get a quick move up into St. Petersburg, which would do something. Or I can just try the amphibious assault. I'm going to try the amphibious assault. I am at 2, 3 for the elite corps. -1 against a 1. I'm at +1 then. I could throw in the attack, but I want to hold on to that because I'm expecting to fight a bunch of Russian forces very shortly to try to make my way to Moscow. So I'm at just a +1, and that is not successful. That's a 2-1 on the defender. We're destroyed. The fort dies, I do believe. And that was not helpful. Now, I think I'm like thinking stuff from distant foreign fields here. Which is that when British units are destroyed, they lose a point of national morale. I don't think that's the case here. I'm just going to make sure. See anything about that. Notably, that was the British First Army. That is sort of the BEF. It would have been at a bonus at any time prior to the Great War. It's not given that +1 bonus in Great War Turn 0. I know some people would argue it should be. I can see that argument, but the rules don't say so, and I'm willing to accept it either way, to be honest. I've seen arguments about how they weren't as fantastic as they're often represented in games. All right, so we failed there. That's going to put me down to the next turn of this. And things look ugly, man. Hungary's just open. Russia's out of budget. Oh no. Oh no. Can the Turk... I mean, the Austrians really can't defend this shit. But the Germans can't make it here. They could attack Vienna. It's unsupported. We might make it through. But it is an interesting situation. Wow. I'm kind of enjoying this, even though I'm blundering about. The notable thing I can't do is I can't build a fort here. The fortresses, and that makes sense again, but I'm just pointing it out. Germans aren't currently blockaded. The British fleet is all in the Baltic. I'm thinking about submarines here. Just to try to keep Austria in the war for another turn. How much points does Germany have? Germany has 3 war budget. I think I need to do this, and I'm going to apply the +2, and then I also get to do a point of action, which I don't know what it's going to be. It's probably rebuilding forces. I get a 7. That's not great. I drop the German war budget by 2. That leaves them with only 1, which may not be enough to take things. I shift the U.S. chit towards the German-Russian alliance, which I definitely don't want happening. And I actually couldn't take it down below 1. All right. And I got to think about the second move. But like I said, it's probably going to be rebuilding a unit. I've got an even, numerically, attack on Vienna. This is a chance to knock Austria out of the war. I can't win no matter what. So I'm going to go for it. I will have to play my other piece, my card. I'm going to hold off on choosing what I'm going to do with that as I attack the Austrians. And the Austrians can't use that card yet. The Germans get a +1. That's a success. 2 stars is both sides take an extra casualty. So this was counting this in. This was 2, 4, 5 to 2, 3, 4, 5. So the Austrians take 2 hits. This is gone. The Germans take 2 hits. I'll be 1. I'll take it off this too. I don't know. 2. The Austrians have to retreat. I take Vienna. Vienna causes a loss of stability, so Austria surrenders. Now, we clean up the Austrians, but before I do any of that, I had to pay to make the attack. I play a minor power entry, and I enter Bulgaria into the war. Whee! Right? What's this gray say? Place a strict neutrality. Okay, yeah. Wait. This isn't that. I need a 3 or more to make them join. This does not cause a minor to join against a Balkan powers don't follow this rule. Oh, geez. The minor power gains 1 army if able. Do I have any modifiers to this? I thought I could just guarantee that somebody's allied to me, they enter. Do I want Bulgaria to enter? Or would I rather grab Greece? I really don't know. Because Greece has an extra space for whatever that matters. I don't know. We'll go for Greece. Anyway, I need a 3 or higher for them to enter. They do not. What do these alliances matter in the Balkans, man? Okay. Which means, what do I do? I'm done with the Germans. The Austrians have just surrendered. We have to deal with Austrian surrender. Yeah, the alliances kind of don't matter. Well, they don't matter in the Balkans. They don't really bring somebody in on you. They don't give you a bonus on the roll or whatever. You could just bring a neutral in just as easily. Okay. So, we've got an elimination here. We're going to remove basically everything Austrian gets removed. The Austrian initiative goes away, but it steals this with it. Because there always has to be the same number. And I don't know where these came from. They came from over here. Okay, so we knocked one of the major powers out. That means there's 2 here. The French could actually go either way at this point. That's going to bring me to the Brits. I don't know what to do with them at this point. Probably need to do a naval move. I remember there being a special rule about these guys, and I looked for it and I couldn't find it, where they could be brought in for a war budget point at half strength with no manpower cost. That's what I think the rule is. I don't know where it is. I couldn't see it. And now I'm like out of time. But anyway, I'm out of battery, basically. That puts this here. Russians are out of points. Germans are out of points. Turks and Brits still have points to play with. The Brits do not want to build that army, I think, but I'm not sure because I might have enough points to take St. Petersburg and all the way down to Moscow and knock Russia out of the war. And that'll start changing the nature of things because Russia's out of points. They can't move anymore. How many points do I have? I have enough for a naval move and for the amphibious invasion. If I don't do this naval move, what does that do me? Because I could sail my boat in. So let me see if I have that roll. Let me see if I have that roll. I want to point out there are weird consequences of the rules in the Great War, just like there are in the rest of this game. Things that are hard to get your head around and to realize, you know, not to fuck up. So the Germans, with one war budget point left and their card, could no longer pass. But if they had played their card earlier, instead of, like, there's something in me that wants to delay stuff all the time, which is sort of my natural inclination, right? Like, if I don't have to make a decision to bring an ally in or whatever, yeah, I'm going to delay. I had to play because I had the card. I'm not allowed to pass with the card in my hand, but I would have been allowed to pass with just 1 point on my manpower track. And that's put me in a situation where the Germans can't do anything to react. Now, I also, wanted to knock out Austria or whatever, but there is the possibility here, and I'm going to look for that roll, that Britain can take out Moscow. They can take St. Petersburg and then make it to Moscow, knock the Russians out, and honestly, this is a way where France could conceivably lose, because then it's Germany alone against Britain and, well, Turkey. But, the Turks aren't going to do anything right now, basically. Although they have free naval movement, because the English have, dominated the sea, right? So the Turks could just sail. Yeah, it's just one unit at a time, but they could end up supporting an attack on Germany if they're not tied down against Russia. These kind of, the way the rules interact, where I'm not really expecting it and I'm blundering around through the game, and I really feel like that's happening at this point, makes me feel like it's sort of like a chaotic game like Cosmic Encounter. It's not, okay? But it gives that feel when you're like, oh shit, and you're just not used to it. And I don't know if that makes for fun for me. It makes for a silly situation. I can see people really getting, I can see really enjoying it, especially in an opposed situation, to be honest, even more than I do not opposed. But, I should put this here. That's where I actually am. On the other hand, that's one of the costs of having kind of weird rules all over it. We'll see. I'll try to find that British rule, because I swear I saw it. I swear I saw it, where I could bring troops in at a penalty from under here. Just found it. It's not anywhere I looked, which was under the rule that was showing this, under the British Special Power rules. Nope. It's under the draft rules. Special, the UK player may draft armies under their join your country's army marker, but doing so brings these units at a reduced strength. These come in automatically next turn, but this is my freebie. And I have another point here. Actually, that was the other thing. I have another point here. I could actually blow this. Okay, so I was in better shape than I thought. So I pay... Oh, this gains 2 reduced armies. Interesting. Well, now I'm left with, well, what if I don't draft these? Can I draft a normal unit? Am I prevented from that? And I don't know the answer to that either. Jesus. Like, I'm worried this other thing might be under the manpower rule. Manpower is a finite resource. Play note, that's not going to be it, I think. Remember, the number of players on map standing armies is limited only by their manpower during peacetime. In other words, players may have on my armies not limited. Yeah. Okay, let's look at the draft. Gain 2 reduced armies. This costs some manpower. I don't think there's anything that prevents me, unless it's under the national characteristics, and maybe it is, UK manpower and armies. Prior to the GW is limited to their professional army. They don't have reserve. During the GW, building new British armies consumes British manpower, while building new Indian armies consumes colonial manpower. Fine. The CW can only be built, the Commonwealth Army, can only be built during the GW and must be built in one of those places. Those aren't helpful to me. The free armies the UK received during the outbreak don't cost manpower. I think I could bring this in without paying manpower, but I don't want to do that particularly. So I'm going to spend a manpower and a war budget and bring 2 British armies in. I think this is legal. There. Now we go back and it's the Turks' turn. The Turks have a war budget of 2. What do they want to do? They can't operate with the Brits. Like with the Brits, they'd have to do a joint naval, and that might not be a bad idea, but it's not really worth me attacking the Russians, though. That's the problem. By the way, I think you could delay the game forever. Say Britain and Turkey both have 1 budget point. I mean, there's no reason to do it, but let's say they both have 1 budget point. I think they could both pass under those conditions. I'm curious about that. I don't know what to do with my Turks. I will build an army up again because that doesn't really hurt me. I don't think I'm going to have to fight the Russians, is the whole point. Let me look that weirdness up before I do this weirdness with the Brits. Because what the Brits are going to do is they're going to sail their fleet here. The Russians can't really intercept it effectively. Then I put these guys out and I sail everybody back. It's going to cost me 1 point. But before I do that, let me check that thing, because it really bugs me if like 2 people on the same alliance can prevent the game from ever going forward. I've known people who would do that. Okay. And, eventually you could convince them into, look, you can't just delay the game forever, right? Actually, in a game of PAX, the British player was trying to do that, but the guy who managed to almost lose with the Brits, which I found really incredibly impressive. He was a decent player. I've seen somebody lose with the Brits because they let the Italians, like me as the Italians, roll over them. And then I was like, nobody should ever play this game as the Brits unless they know the game and have played it once. And yeah, I see why. It's the same as in the normal game. If both players pass, the turn's over. Yeah, I started thinking about, wait a minute, wouldn't that allow you to, like, just delay the game constantly in the regular game as well? I'm like, yeah, I'm thinking wrong here. Okay, so what the Brits can do. We spend their war budget. I have this card. Yeah, I don't care. Okay. I need it. I need it. I sail here, then I sail here. Now, we know we're going to lose, so I think we're gonna try to intercept. Naval interception. A 5-on-1 die. We're not present in the naval box. We'll do a Russian interception, but okay. Hey, the UK has a special bonus. So 3 or more friendly ports. Yeah, we do. So we have a +1. We have a +2. And that's it. Okay, we succeed. So we'll have a naval battle. The Brits, although they have a technological card which would help them, they don't want to play it. Firepower is on the pieces. Remember, squadrons are halved. Look at the fight we have here. There's no chance, but whatever. Okay. So 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 to 3, 4, 5, 6. That's just stupid. I mean, I'm at +7 on the die roll. Yeah, no, they're not gonna intercept. Okay. The Brits would win it no matter what, and therefore their forces would get in. Okay, so that is the British turn is moving into there. Now it's back to the Turks. The Turks have 1 point. I can hold that off. I don't know that I want to. But I think I do. Fair enough. When are the French allowed to declare war? They really don't want the Brits and Turks to win. So right after the British turn, let me see if the French get a turn or not. I think they do. But they can in the winter. Oh, God. Oh, this is just weird. Okay. So the Brits just took their turn. The Turks are going to pass. That brings it back to the Brits. I need to play both my point and this card. And in order to do that, I land my 2 armies in St. Pete. I don't know if this is a good idea. 2 armies? Why 2? Why didn't I just bring 1 with me? Let's just bring 1 with me. Because that leaves me some flexibility because I'm actually worried about the French jumping in and causing issues. They will go after us, though. Okay. I jump in, I take St. Petersburg. There's a stability loss. Then I have a move card, which allows me to go 1-2. That's another stability loss. But the big thing is Russia just surrendered because I took their 2 capitals. Whee! Oh, I want this here. Why? Because it's threatening Berlin. I could have knocked Germany out instead. I can't knock both out because I had to take St. Petersburg and Moscow, and that ate up everything that the Brits had. But if I had one more point, I could have just grabbed Berlin with the same kind of thing by landing here, say, in Pomerania, and then the move that took me to Moscow, because Germany has no points. Again, it's feeling crazy. The game is just like, is it going to always feel this way? I don't know. But it's really hard to keep all the rules in head, and it's very easy to do things that will create fucked up opportunities like this. Austria wasn't that fucked up. They just got steamrolled. Oh, what's the Russian steamroller again? Okay. Wanted to make sure, because I thought their army sucked. Okay. This goes away too. So now, we're on the last Turkish point, and that's the last point available. I gave the Turks this card. It can be punted around all over the place, so it kind of doesn't matter. I think we do a rail movement. We could do a land movement and inch our way through conquering southern Russia. Naval movement is going to be 1 unit per turn. Geez, I just don't know. But this is such ugly terrain. I'm trying to get forces up towards Germany. It might actually be here, an amphibious attack next turn, and then inching our way through Russia. Hey, does this game have Russian rail gauge rolls? I don't think so, but maybe. The rail movement, I didn't see it. Maybe it's under special Russian rules. This is what really annoys me, is that there's no desire to, there's no willingness to duplicate anything in a lot of cases. And like, that's why I have trouble finding rules. Sometimes they're not where I expect them at all. Why would I want to go to Sevastopol? Well, because I could be intercepted if I go to the North Atlantic. Fuck. Yeah, okay. That ends it. Now we're heading into the winter. I am going to hold there because I got a lot, well, I've got that battery charging. This one needs charging. I don't want to dive into another one. Understand where time goes. You know, I'm fucking around on the computer, and I went in the kitchen, made some tea, checked the time, and it's like, I don't know, a couple hours later than I expected it to be. Maybe even 3 hours later than I expected it to be, but then I realized that would be unrealistic when I looked at it, but I'm like, yeah, at least 2. All right, so we are in the winter phase, blockade-wise, the Brits are all over the place, right? But they don't have Germany blockaded. And that's kind of the key here. France does not want the Brits to win because both Britain and Turkey, they're both close. So if that victory happens quickly, it's a problem. And we have to think about that very carefully because we might be joining the Germans. U.S. isn't there. The colonial war. Okay. The war in Africa and Asia is 2 die rolls. At the end of the Great War, the African and Asian. Okay. +1 per EF on the continent. So the Brits have 1. +1 per elite unit on the continent. There are none. +1 per army on the continent. There are none. +2 for naval supremacy. I don't know what that means. Oh, here we go. They have it in Africa if the South Atlantic and Indian only contain units from their alliance. There's no one in either. So the Brits are at +1. Now, this is weird because there's basically nothing from the other side. But I think we do a roll-off at +1. And the Brits lose if one alliance by 4 or greater, the losing players illuminate 2 of their units on the respective submap. They're not fighting anything. This is what bugs me. I thought there was something. If no alliance controls a colonial continent, treat the other alliance's roll as 0 during this step. I don't know what this is saying. It says see next step. The next step is the stability. If an alliance controls a colonial continent, see next step. If one alliance controls all the spaces on either, they gain. Okay, so only the British roll counted. So they made 2 points. The German roll did not count because they only have an influence. That doesn't count for anything. So I don't think there's any harm for Africa. Let's take a look at Asia, where things are more problematic. Russia is gone, so I don't have to worry about them. I think the Brits control all of Asia as well. There's an alliance here, but that's not involved in the war. So I don't think anything happens. Okay. Because the Brits could lose stability off of this. All right. What else happens in the winter? And again, this is a poor design. It's got me figuring out all these modifiers when it could just tell me I don't have to roll earlier. Sometimes you can get away with that with really simple stuff, but this is a part of the game that, hasn't gotten played much, wouldn't get played much, and it's just ordered poorly. Maybe I don't know. Neutral powers. At this point, neutral players can shift their alliance. And they could take a free redeployment otherwise. And they can give a bonus CP to a belligerent power, I guess, at this point. Okay. Which I guess counts for next turn or whatever. Am I worried that the Brits are going to be able to beat the Germans? Because one thing that could happen is I could join the war and the Germans get knocked out, which isn't a bad choice for me. But the Brits are going to get more armies. I think I have to join the alliance. I just do. Okay. This is all other stuff. None of this happens. The Great War is not over. So we will be going to turn 1. Trenches are in effect now. That's going to impact combat. But we go back to the beginning. We ignore the outbreak. But we're going to have to shuffle the cards. And this card is flipped down. I'm just not happy about that because I want to be able to see it. It's not part of his hand. He can't play it as part of his hand. So, like, it actually is being flipped up. And then the war budget and give us CP to an ally. And I think we can just do this, right? We saw this before. Where was it? I saw something that let us do this, right? All belligerent players and the U.S. Yeah, this U.S. thing is what caught me, so I didn't read the first part of the first clause. I don't know how to fix that in my head. That's a general kind of problem I have with processing information. So we got to shuffle that deck. Sequence of play with the French at the end of it. That luckily is still every other. I think it can happen that it doesn't end up that way. Okay, let's look. The Germans force a player to reroll their battle die, playable as a normal event, or a response card at the start of a player's impulse to flip a face-down GW combat card face up. So if we've used one of these, I can essentially take the chip off of it instead. Or it's a point. Okay. The Brits, there we go. They got the technological terror again. The French, political pressure. Choose a player with a war budget of at least 2. That player must make an attack later this turn. If they do not, they lose 1 stability at the end of the Great War turn. This card can only mandate that a land battle takes place, and a player that is not adjacent to any enemy armies can neither be targeted nor affected by this event. Occupy an enemy key that was controlled or occupied by an enemy power also counts as satisfying it. Okay. And the Turks have basically 2 cards, one of which is just the battle card. They also have a political pressure card. These are kind of nice. In that they show the offensives that are going on. Now, we have the problem of trenches. If we recall trenches, by the way, I think the English just get their troops now. If we recall with trenches, let's see, are we done? Well, we haven't done the war budget and stuff like that. All right, let me get those set. Remember, the Brits essentially control both Asia. Well, not anymore. They don't control Africa. They do control Asia, however. So they get an extra point for that. And I think that's the only thing that's giving an extra point So otherwise, what are we looking at? Is it industry? I don't remember. And again, this pisses me off a little bit when there's little amounts of information. So here's set war budget. Oh, here it does tell you. Industry plus colonial war bonus CP. Great. So the German war budget matches their industry of 6. There we go. The English gets 6 plus 1 is 7. The French get 6. That's it. They don't have anything special. And the Turks get 4. The Germans are going to give us CP. Oh, no. The Brits are going to give us CP to the Turks. Do the Germans want to give one to the French? That's a hard question. Like, that's like manpower and stuff that I could build up. I think we do not. Okay. War budget, colonial, give 1. So now we're on the maneuver step. And what was I going to look up? I don't remember anymore. Oh, trenches. Okay. Let's get a quickie on what the trenches deal is. When you win a battle, you start a trench fight. And I believe it starts in the deadlock position, but I'm not sure. When a space contains a trench marker, it may be moved into an... that's not it. Trench battles will occur in spaces during trench battle. All keys automatically contain trenches. Keys. That's an important facet because, like, the Caucasus would not devolve into trench warfare. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, the attacker will take an extra step loss for attacking. They're only allowed to attack if they have a full-strength army in the main force. If the initial attack is successful, instead of the defender retreating, the attacker advances in and the trench marker goes into play there. And then they don't lose the hex or whatever. Is that going to be a big deal here? I don't know, because we don't really have a normal front. The Turks are probably not going to be able to sail their troops anywhere too exciting, which is part of why marching through Russia made sense to me. So we are going to hold off there because my battery's almost dead, and I'll probably, I don't know, I'm probably going to snooze for a bit. I don't know. Something of a correction going a long ways back. One of my regular viewers, Slogonics, discovered that I aired and left Africa unfilled after the Berlin Conference. This card says the UK, France, Germany, and a unified Italy take turns placing one influence marker in Africa. A player allied with Africa places the Italian markers. If Italy doesn't have any, the player allied with Belgium may also play the Belgium control marker in addition to their own once during the sequence. It's sounding like it's got to be played, that there's more than one play here, even though it said placing one influence marker, and indeed in the errata it did say that. I had this penciled in here. Until and I don't know what the hell the rest of it says, but when I pulled the errata up, indeed, it's until Africa's filled that they get to place them. The influences can be played without any regard to lines of communication, which means you can't cut somebody off, but they're only influences, and that's important. Germany wouldn't have been in there. They wouldn't be played, and that's actually what I thought the errata must say, was that Germany and or Italy had to have their this is the problem with errata, that doesn't fit on the damn cards, is that, you know, first of all, the pencil kind of smeared or something, but also there just wasn't room on the card to write the sentence in properly. And what I assumed was that the players wouldn't be able to go in there. Now, because Germany is under some restrictions at this point, like it looks like until subdomain Hitler of player randomizer or something like that. That looks like what I wrote. Yeah. But in terms of actual effect, it doesn't really mean a damn thing. Nobody actually took any of the influences that they gained from this. Wait. I think they took that already. Yeah. So it's okay in this game, but if I remember to play again, or if I manage to play again anytime within my memory of that, which is unlikely, we may get that corrected. But yeah, it is a serious problem with leaving out key parts. And honestly, if you look at that card, even if they try to fix it, there's not room on there. They're going to have to like reduce the point size, and it's already pretty hard to read. There's so much information on that card. Back up for real. Had some ice cream. I eat ice cream in like the 1.5 quarts or whatever the regular size tubs come in, the bigger ones. Too quickly. I really do. I used to eat it for breakfast regularly. Anyway, and I might go out tomorrow. I doubt I'll get ice cream, but I got to drop something off, another check. This time, my dividend check for like $15 comes a couple times a year, maybe 4, maybe every quarter, and it's just like such a pathetic thing to have to do. Tomorrow's supposed to be kind of pretty. Today's pretty in its own way, but it's rainy and I can't do anything. Made myself some coffee. Let's get started with the rest of 1914 as it comes down to it. And we got the order. Well, let's try to figure out what we can do. French entering, I may want to shift some forces down here so I don't lose stuff. And I can rail, and that's going to hold off the amphibious assault and any advances or anything like that. Germany almost has to, and by the way, I have no idea how to mark control of territories as I move through them. Should I put control markers down? I don't know. I think I need to put something down. I'm going to use influence or control, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Influence couldn't be where I'm putting them, which makes them better from my standpoint. I pulled out of there too, the Turks have one here. Because otherwise I'm going to lose track of where things conquered. The Russian conquered stuff, I feel like that has to be occupied by either player. Oh, we got a couple of British ones too. Yeah, they got too many. They're probably not going to make a damn bit of difference, but yeah, they're helping me define out territory because there's rail limitations based on those. Germany. So Germany almost invariably has to do a rail move to cover Berlin, because otherwise we's in trouble, because the Brits could just take it. Forward onto the Brit turn. I am really missing the pipe that I lost. I haven't asked whether it's there. I might just ask if I go dancing this upcoming week. But it looks very much like this one. And when I drink coffee, I kind of have, it was one of 3 pipes that I smoked the Black Cavendish out of. I don't know why, but whatever reason, I've just sort of settled on certain pipes for certain, mixtures, whatever. And it actually doesn't make much difference, but it does emotionally. And that one's missing. And that is sort of my backup pipe out of the 3. It's also been my go-to pipe for going dancing recently, because one thing is it's an older pipe. It's a little looser than this one. It looks a lot like it, but it's smooth. And I kind of viewed it as maybe expendable, but also in better shape than some of the others. And, I'm worried even if it is there, it may have gotten broken. Like the stem may be broken or whatever. But I'm most assuming that it fell in the garbage. That would be the second time I lost something in the garbage in kind of a row. Did a quick sea move to blockade and or cause issues for the French, but also to recover my army into position. I may actually want that army. No, it's too hard. I was thinking I might want to land it. Yeah, actually, that one I can land here. It's not optimal, but it does give me 2 forces. I kind of like the idea of putting more pressure on the Germans, but then there's the danger, of course, that the Germans put a fleet out and cut my lines of communication, which is going to be an issue. The French want to intercept this fleet when it goes here, because that's going to be my best chance to attack it. Get it, and now I don't know what to do with my French at all. Ugh. Call up reserves. Ooh, I gotta check that stability list. It's any territorial key. Okay. And a home key on Asia or Africa. Fair enough. Yeah, so like losing the Netherlands or something. Anyway, the French spent their point on bringing their reserves in. With the French entering the war, the victory conditions have changed. It's still win the war, and then that whole side just wins. But if nobody wins, if it goes the full 5 turns into, I mean, that's the 5th year. That's going to be into 1919, basically. We hit, and by the way, this, I think, can only, occupying a base in wartime is not controlling. This falls down to, if there's no neutral players left, the person with the highest stability wins, which right now, the Brits and the French and the Turks could all win. Now, we're going to still try to win the war, but at some point or another, you could kind of say, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to wait the enemy out because, so if it's a choice between France and Prussia winning, or France and one other player winning, I could kind of see taking a very defensive stance with the, well, I can win with either side, sort of. I can either win by us drawing or by taking territory. And I'm really not sure that there's a damn way that I can take Britain down. And my army is big enough to protect all of France. Maybe. I mean, I think British raids are gonna drop my points, and that's ugly. Or they potentially could. And I can't really afford to commit an army to go down and beat up the Turks. As a nasty, they can play a political pressure on the French that'll force the French, because they're adjacent, to make an attack. And I think I want to do that. Otherwise, they lose the stability. I don't know how to, I mean, I'm going to put that there to remind me. But I got to figure out what I'm doing with my Turks. If I'm not attacking, then I can do my amphibious landing here. French hard case. They could lose the war if they don't make that attack. But they could lose the war if Tunisia falls. Oh boy. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Can we win the war against these? Probably not. We could get lucky. We'd be at 3, 4, 5 if we combined. They'd be at 6, 7. We'd be at -2. Yuck, yuck, yuck. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And we could be intercepted as we enter, which means we wouldn't get the other move beforehand. But we have basically no chance here. And we're going to lose that anyway. And we don't have a chance of getting an army down there. I think France should not have entered the war. Oh, they should have entered on the British side. That would be easy to win. They weren't allowed to, because there were more allies on this side than on this side. So they actually couldn't have joined the winning side, which is something that a lot of countries tended to do, but maybe not major countries. You could kind of argue Italy kind of did that, but the balance was there. So, you know, the game would match the history, but maybe not for the same reasons. Italy joined the war because they thought they could gain things from the side that they joined, rather than that they were particularly tied to one side or the other. It was a complicated situation. The Italian government was in favor of the Entente because of the democracies, whereas the crown, the head of state, effectively, who at that point still had significant power in terms of making diplomatic decisions, had more of an affinity towards the Central Powers. With capturing territory is that it doesn't raise your stability. Recapturing territory does. But if you lose captured territory, it drops your stability. And it all works for me. You know, like the Germans didn't really gain a lot of war enthusiasm by what they took in France. The expectation was they would conquer France again. And but when they started losing ground in France, boy, did their stability go down, right? That's what drove them down. So if the Brits were to land, and right now I'm looking at the French turn trying to figure out what they want to do, but if the Brits were to land in France, they would, like say in Belgium or something, they would conquer that space. They wouldn't gain anything, but now they would be on the hook for holding it. And the French army is quite large. They don't have a safe line of communication back to St. Pete. The Turks can make their way towards the Germans. It all feels like it's falling into some sort of weird gamey puzzle that I have to cope with. The French decided to bring more reserves in, bringing in the rest of their reserves. They take a stability hit. This, puts them in a path towards losing the game. But at least I have more armies I can try to defend France with, try to defend Germany with. Maybe I can do something useful with it. A movement with the Turks, and I'm going to have to use something else to mark territory. Because they're running out of counters. I realized I forgot to give them their jihad counters. I think they get 3 of them at the beginning of the Great War, but I have to look that up. France was basically put in an untenable situation. And you can kind of argue Germany was in that situation at the start of World War I. Doing really well, forced into the war, essentially. I would say the Germans weren't really forced into it, they won it. But their victory conditions, it became clear that they could not win by remaining out of the war. They couldn't join the Triple Entente. They had to join the Triple Alliance, and now it's turning out they can't win that way, even though they walked into the war doing the best. So, I mean, there's this seriously weird thing going on because of the alliance track and that, where it's like you don't have a lot of autonomy, whatever, in terms of controlling what your country's doing. And instead, again, kind of like a cosmic encounter type game, you're facing this puzzle of, okay, but how do I win the game? How do I manipulate these systems that are not intuitive in order to give myself a chance? And I looked at things, and from like the English point of view at one point, I was thinking, oh, there's nothing they can do. They're screwed. And now I'm looking at it from the French point of view that same way, because things have changed. The English did find, or the English and the Turks did find their way to push stuff into that change. Now kind of the only argument is how few players can we have in the war. So like England might want to sacrifice the Turks. I don't think so, but you could kind of see it in the, well, I want to win alone, Oh boy. But yeah, I see no way for the French to conquer England. And this is just the way the game is. England's not going to fall, so submarine warfare isn't going to kill the English, right? If it comes up, even though that was kind of the German hope, was, and there were times when the economics of submarine warfare and bombing and whatnot, you could make an argument that Britain might be on the ropes or whatever. But honestly, I feel like Britain walks into this game with enough of an advantage that with somewhat careful play, they can put themselves in this kind of position where they don't have to do much. in order to win. Whereas other people really are stretching. But again, earlier I thought the British were, stuck in the bad place where the French could just wait things out. But the chaos of the initial battles, which caused the fall of Austria and Russia, those changed the world significantly. The other plays, the Turks, we did their movement. The Germans built up another unit. The Brits did another sea move, get 2 units out in the North Atlantic. I'm not putting them in the boxes because it's hard to. Some of the boxes are tiny, and I don't know. It doesn't seem to be that important. I visualize them better where they are. And now we're back to the French. And what do I do with the fucking French? Is there something I can do, like an expedition into Italy? Not really. It doesn't do me any good. I could declare war and smack those around, but it's just going to lose me troops. Building new forces is painful. I don't know what to do. I could slide out into the South Atlantic and hope for some kind of win against the Brits down here. It's a couple of points to take Southwest Africa. I got nothing over here. I can't call in any allies. I've got decent armies, but they're not going to do anything. Going up and capturing Denmark, I'm not going to get their fleet. There's no chance of that. I just don't really see it. Could I slip through the Western Med? I think moving in there forces a battle. I'm not positive. Already at sea forces a battle if I move into that. So I don't have any easy way to hit anything. And I'm so outnumbered. I just don't see a chance at it. I don't know. I could force somebody to attack, but that doesn't really help me. I think my best move is the naval move. I can't invade, though. Out to here, but that... See, the problem with that is... then the Brits could send a squadron. And I don't know what happens if they engage just a troop transport. It can't be good. Just not good. If I move into the South Atlantic, one squadron could come down and kill my unit. Fuck. I got no idea what to do. I can look at the list of things I can do. I'm out of reserves. I can move. I can do naval stuff. I can refit the fleet, but I can't build a fleet. I can draft more troops. I can buy an elite corps. But I got nothing. What does the elite corps cost? Is it lower here? Yeah, it's lower here. That makes sense because I only have 1 point that I can spend at a time. I just do not see a way forward. And there, unlike in the main game, there's almost always something you can do. Build a troop at least, or drop some influence or something. There really isn't anything that the French can do. Pick on the Turks. Oh, we took Vienna. Let me put a marker in there. I forgot. I'm leaving I don't know if I'm doing this right. I'm leaving the Russian territory uncontrolled, which means these two spaces are now sort of like, they're like defeated spaces. I don't know, like, this is also not absolutely clear to me. So surrender, it talks about other players may freely march through their territory, but all spaces formerly controlled by the eliminated power must be occupied, including by the former allies. Okay, good. It does actually specify it. Yeah, so this is the right thing. So these spaces are not pro-alliance, and the Russian spaces, they're not pro-anybody, is basically what it comes down to. And the Russian spaces similarly would have to be occupied. I think the only thing I can reasonably do is to attack. So I guess I'll do a movement, and I'll march down and start trying to take Turkish spaces, and maybe I can bring an ally in, or I could attack Greece. Agonized enough for a little while. I'm gonna go amuse myself with some vids or whatever, and let the battery charge a little bit. But the French are marching a corps down this way. They have covered all spaces, making an invasion harder but not impossible. And of course, an invasion of Kiel is completely possible. Yikes. Early hours of Tuesday. Start with the Turks. I don't know what I'm doing. I'll tell you after. Okay, gonna attack in Tunisia. This is a difficult battle, or a difficult thing, so it's halved. So I have 2, 3 to 0. I don't know if that gives a +1 if there's no army available. I gotta look that up. It looks like it. So that's gonna be a +2. I don't want to play this bonus. Because that would hand it off to the French. This can never be used as a point again, I think. Maybe I'm wrong with that, but I don't know. So it's +2. And that's a 5 to 1. That's a +4. That's going to be an attacker decisive. We do 2 hits. We end up in there. Now, this is dead. And I don't think it comes back in the course of the Great War. I don't think it comes back regularly in the normal turns. I will need still, if I can find any, some kind of Turkish marker to indicate that I've just taken this. Because if the French take it back, they get their point back. They lose a point of stability. Even though this was a Turkish home space originally, it is a French space at the beginning of the war. So I think it works normally there. Not like I could get stability back anyway. And Wait. Two. I used this, so this dies. There was a star. The victor could inflict an extra casualty. Okay. The decisive result allows me to move another space still, even in the trench period, because I wiped the enemy out, I think. I gotta look that up too. You know, because there's this is similar to, of all things, La Grande Guerre, in terms of like having two separate sets of rules. It actually kind of has more, because even the Great War has a couple of different sets of rules. But it has one set of rules for normal wars throughout the regular war. Then the first turn of the Great War has special rules. Then the rest of the Great War has that trench battle rule. The trench battle rule is in play, but there's no trench battle. I wiped out the enemy. It is still a trench battle for one thing, which is that I take a casualty for attacking. At all. Decisive battles and trench battles. Decisive battles and trench battles have no further import except for the exception if the attacker won and the main defense force is eliminated, the attacker may conduct the normal decisive battle bonus, which allows me to now march into Algeria as well, grabbing yet another French stability. And now they're kind of teetering. Ruh-roh. Plus, I have the opportunity to conduct naval expeditions here, and this expeditionary force isn't going to do me any good. Although I could conceivably rail it to Egypt and then get it down in Africa so that it can join in whatever that die roll is. But I don't know that that's that important right now. Although an advantage would be cool, it seems like a high cost. The German-French alliance, they're really kind of locked into a bad position. Move into position to take St. Petersburg. Now the Brits, if they lose St. Pete, that is a conquered territory for them. So their stability would go down if that's lost, but maybe even worse, my line of communications would be dead there, which is problematic. It causes a -1 in the land combat modifiers. I'm trying to remember, I know overstacking causes hits to be called. I thought line of communication did too, if you lose line of communication, but I'm not sure where to find that. And yeah, the unit would just melt. Suffers 3 penalties. Now, a line of communications, the Turks were kind of cut off down here, but they had a line of communication because they had 2 home keys together. I'm not sure I was that confident about realizing that, but I did, you know, when I started thinking, oh, did I fuck up? The stack suffers a step loss at the start of the player's impulse. That's what I remembered, the same as the overstacking problem. There's a -1 land battle, and they cannot provide support. Okay. And it is during the Great War as well. So this is a threat the Brits have to do something about. Not entirely sure what, except, so there's a couple of things we could do. Oh, can we draw a line of communications from our ally? That's something I gotta check. Because if I run away towards the Turks, I can get a line of communication. I can march down here. I have one right now. I will, this is beginning to feel like Charles XII. Okay, I actually don't think that I can trace supply to the Turks, but I can trace supply through the Turks back to England over the naval route. So that all works out just peachy for me. Yeah. Now, Here's a question. Did this die due to lack of supply? Whew. This is just about armies. So I don't think so. And it's a reason, so like, if you think about what happened in World War I with the Germans, they did have small forces that, under like von Letow and stuff like that, that were operating in Africa. And those didn't just disappear due to lack of supply. The idea of putting an army down there, though, would be a pretty extreme thing. And I'm just fine with that not being able to be done, you know, by the French without their supplies. And had they put one there for some reason, they'd be in trouble. Ugh. Where am I? I'm on the Brits. So now, yeah, the question is, do I run away from the Germans and try to kind of hook up with the Turks? And I think the answer is yes. Oh, geez. I'm going to give up so much territory if I do that, though, in terms of losing stability. Oh, boy. So the Brits did a movement action. I gathered my armies up here. Figured with trench warfare, I've got a chance of survival. I've got a military card. We've got both the military cards. I could receive that one instead if I so desired. And the only other thing I could move in a movement phase was I shifted one of my, let's move this too. Give this some more hit points, because that doesn't actually matter. Not much. I shifted one of my forces up here. Yes, it's going to conquer territories in Russia, but which, you know, are available to be conquered. But that could get me more troops coming in to support this situation. Russian areas are allowed to have 3 units in them, but oh fuck, the special. Let's see, I've got it here so I don't have to look it up. Spin this around. The endless space. Armies supporting battle into or from a Russian home space only contribute half. Okay. So support's not going to be as good, but that's okay. And into or from means that all of Russia is affected that way. Those spaces are just big. I really hate the fact that, like, I don't know. It's just painful, that's all. I don't know that I hate it. All right. That puts us on the Froggies. I'm not sure what to do with the French. I've built up my armies as much as they can be. I've drained my reserves. I don't really want to muster more armies. I could build elite corps with my points, but I'm going to just continue with these movement points here. If we get an ally down here in the Balkans, that might help us. So I'm going to spend to move 1, 2. Get a French marker somewhere. Where are the French? And put it there. And we just took a Turkish space. Which, remember, stability is what wins the game if the war goes forever, and I'm afraid it will go forever. But that gives me another move. There's nothing I can do here. I can't move out to sea there. Was there something I wanted to do with another land unit? Part of me kind of wants to tempt the English to land and then wipe out their army, but I think that's all I got. All right, back around. Oh yeah, there was something else I wanted to do. I am going to force the British to make an attack. They either have to land their army for an amphibious invasion, or they have to attack the Germans there. Or they lose the stability. And I don't know, you know, I mean, I'm behind them on stability, so, but points aren't really helping me a hell of a lot. Just notice that the Brits can actually grab Schleswig-Holstein with no problem at all. And that counts as an attack. That means that I want to advance my armies, not just rebuild this. Rebuilding this is of interest too, because I could do a naval move and, you know, have supported forces somewhere. Although I am a little worried about the French getting in there, so protecting Constantinople might be of importance. This is the last Turkish point. I think I'll pass instead, actually. So I'd like to hold that point. I know the Brits are going to have to do something. The Germans have their combat card. I could move an army in here and defend Schleswig-Holstein. Or I could attack the British forces in St. Pete. I don't know. I just don't know. I think I'm going to attack the Brits in St. Pete. I have a battle card. Of course, so do the Brits, but I don't know that. So I'm looking at 4 to 2. So I'm at +2. The Brits play their card. This is not GW turn 3, so it's at even now. Okay, it's a defender +1. I'm going to play my combat card to force the Brits to re-roll their die. It's at attacker +3 now. That's a 1 to 2. I wiped them out. It's not a decisive victory. Nope, I left that there. I have to move at least 1 in. I took a hit. I take another hit for attacking. I think I'm going to leave my forces split like that. Oh, wait. Decisive victory. Hold on. Where were the point? Where were the point things? This has to do with the other. Okay, I gotta go back and fix something. But the Brits just lost that. And during the Great War, players may remove forts to, yeah, we don't have forts anymore. Where is the point list for the Great War? Oh, that's not it. Fuck. Stability table, that's what it is. Losing a territory. Decisive defeat only if the defeated unit contained at least 2 units. Okay, so the decisive victory that the Turks had here didn't further hurt the French. That's fair. This was not a decisive victory. The Germans now have this card face up on them. And they're down to 1 war point. Brits have 3, French have 2, Turks have 1. Well, we have to make an attack. So that is what we will do. We spend our war, but otherwise we lose another stability. We spend our war battle, we attack this, that forces these out. We have enough ships there that we can take that. And we get a marker up here in Schleswig-Holstein for the amphibious assault. We're not allowed, it's not a decisive victory or anything. The Germans lose a point. Schleswig-Holstein is not really near anything. I got to think real hard with the French what they're going to do, because if Berlin falls, that's Germany's war gone. Moves shifting a lot of forces to defend Berlin. The Brits might be able to go out back to sea again. I got one war budget I can pass so that, you know, the Brits don't have a lot of points available. I've got enough troops to defend Berlin. I also grabbed Serbia, which cost the Turks a point. That's going to put us to the Turks going, and I am going to break there for a bit again here in the... I mean, we're still in 1914 here. And we've had two countries fall, and all kind of crazy shit is going on. Wars in Russia between Germany and Britain. Whatever. Up here a little later. It's funny. It's like 60 is the new 50 for me, and I don't mean age-wise. I mean temperature-wise. I used to be absolutely fine with 50-degree weather. It was a little, you know, inside, outside, whatever. It would feel a little chilly. Now I'm putting the heat on if it dips below 60, which it does every damn night in the winter. And luckily, you know, I've got like zonal and stuff, so I don't have to heat the whole house. But yeah, I just find myself doing this, and I'm like, this is weird, man. This is not how I used to be. I don't know what's happened. I used to make fun of my wife for turning the heat on in the summer, you know, at night or whatever. Okay. What do the Toiks do? Okay. They only have one card left, or one action left, 1 point left. The Brits have a couple. I had decided to delay before. I don't think anything's changed. So then we go down to the Germans. They also have one left. A movement can take Moscow, and, you know, do I want that? Because if I take it, I don't get anything, but I do drive the Brits down a little bit. I do want to do one thing. They're going to give the Brits this card. Because the Brits are trying to defend. Now that's a big deal. I know it's there, it's face up, etc. So the Germans could conceivably launch an attack from here. I think if they do it, first of all, it's only 5 to 4. If they do it, they can't take the French support with them. But if the French attack, they can take the German unit stacked with them and a point of, or a 2-point unit of French support. If I had a unit here, I could bring a couple of French support in, actually. Do the Germans want to blow their last move? They don't have to. They can wait on the Brits. So again, another pass. The Brits, I believe, have to play. And I don't know what they want to do. Forward to inch our last, into the last Russian space there. It's not a great thing, but I don't know what else to do. That puts it on the French. Now, if the French pass here, everybody could pass. An attack would be 2, 4, 5, 6 to 4. They play their card, they give it to me, and I'm still at +1. So I think I'm going to launch that attack with the last action. So I'm either a +1 or +3. Make it +1. This is a trench fight, so the French are going to take a hit. Wow, there aren't that many squares. Put a boat on top of them. This could go badly. And it does. It's a -1, which means both sides take an extra casualty. So, Both sides take 2 casualties, but the French take a 3rd casualty for attacking into a trench. They do advance, though. They would have to win the battle to get into that space. I'm not quite sure what happens when you enter. I'm trying to figure this out because it's painful. In wartime, players must win a land battle to enter spaces containing enemy units. However, when a space contains... Okay. Here, a trench battle is initiated by armies attacking into a space containing trenches after the initial attack. If the initial attack is successful instead of the defender retreating, the attacker advances and a trench battle marker is placed there. Flip to its attacker advantage side. Okay. Which means if the attacker wins another round, they get the hex, or the space. But that's not what happened here. The French are out of points. And we're back around to the Turks. Now, the Turks probably don't get another turn. What do we want to do? Do we want to rebuild army? I mean, this is a long way away from everything. Whereas moving can put more pressure on those Germans. I think moving is the more valuable action. What we see with the Turks, I'm having to use diplomacies, etc. Might have to start emptying spaces out that are clearly, things that I've taken. And that puts me onto the Germans. They have one last point. They're going to want to rebuild their army. I guess one of their armies, it kind of doesn't matter. But this is the one that feels the most important. The Brits have only 1 point left. They too wish to rebuild their armies to defend their space better. This does not eat up manpower, so it's good. Like, building a new army costs the same amount of war budget, but it eats up the manpower, and the French are out. I think everybody's out of points now, which means it's winter. Now, strangely, I think winter actually happened. I did it as if it did back in turn 1. We have a blockade. Both Germany and France are blockaded. Think of it. Germany could make it down to the Eastern Med. They wouldn't be. What does that mean? Not on Great War turn 0. How about that? The industry level of every blockaded player is dropped. How big a deal is that? That is the amount of actions I get. So it kind of is a thing. Like, that's how I rebuild my armies, etc. Colonial War. We each have an EF. None of them are elites. There are no armies. There is no naval superiority. I would have to have fleets down here. I haven't gone for that yet. So we roll it even down there. The difference is 5 points in favor of the French. I can get rid of these. Oh, that's not good. That's 4 or more. The losing players eliminate 2 of their units. Goes the Brit. As well, the winning player can take control of 2 unoccupied spaces on the submap. They must be able to trace a line of communication to the chosen spaces. I can't do that. Okay. So it's not going to be intensive the way La Grande Guerre is, where There's, conquests going on down there. The French are able to take the win there. Now, the UK lost, so they lose a stability. And now we go over to this one, and the UK is the only power there. So nothing happens there. No French in China. How did that happen? How did that happen? Oh, I don't trust it. Like, how are there Russians down in Manchuria? I'm really confused. Okay, I will leave that be. I suspect there's a difference. There are no neutral powers left. Stability and elimination, nothing happens. Looks to me like we push into 1915 finally. It's not absolutely clear to me who's going to win. I don't see how the Brits can lose, but I don't know. Anyway, that's going to put us back to, look at the sequence of play, the planning step. Why don't I do that? Because that doesn't take, that's just kind of mechanical. Actions are 5, 6 for the Brits because they control an area. 5 and 4. I'm going to give a point to the Turks again to let them do more. Push this down. Put this here. The cards. Let's take a peek at what everybody got. Germans got a political pressure. That could force an attack. That's kind of cool. It's an extra point if not desired that way. The alliance Franco-German has points, what do I want to say? Has both the combat cards right now. But the Brits do have the capable commander card, which means they could play a combat card if it gets played against them. Losing units do not retreat and remain in space. That's a nice card. I got to remember I have that. Haven't seen that before. And we have a possible minor power entry for the Turks, which again could be used as a point, but there are useful things like Romania we could pull into the war on our side, which would actually be of value. Bringing Sicily in, I mean, I could sail out with them, you know. I don't know what happens with them because this is a Turkish card for the English. It can't cause a minor power to join the war against its pre-war Great War enemy or ally. I don't know. I feel like it should stay as British controlled, but the card isn't really specific about that. But the thing is, with the Balkans, those are all in play no matter what. And those Romanian troops would be useful to move in conjunction with my Turks. And that could be very, very helpful because we're putting pressure on Germany right now. I think given the stabilities and everything, and the fact that Germany probably is in a lot of trouble with the Turks coming up, we are probably looking at an Entente victory. The question, of course, is can France be beaten back hard enough that they collapse? Their stability is not that good. Germany's actually is. I don't know why, but it is. Daylight's here. All right, let's start 1915, I guess. The Turks Want to bring a miner in? Anything else I need to do? I mean, I could start a slow walk up. That seems stupid. I could actually rail, which doesn't seem stupid. I don't think the French aren't ever going to be able to get at me. I have enough industry to rail all the way up. So yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to rail a couple more armies. I'm allowed to put 3 up here, actually. And I am going to play the minor power card and try to bring the Bulgarian, the Romanians in. I need a 3 or higher. We get it this time. That means I need an ally marker. But these are actually in the war now. Now that doesn't change anything in the points, etc. But that makes life rougher. Germany's position is looking really tough right now. Speaking of their position, they have a war card. They have a political pressure. The political pressure seems like a good idea. I think I can do some damage to the English by forcing them to attack. Additionally, do I need to start moving units down yet? I think so, because I'm going to be in trouble if I get caught where I am. Now, this card is any time later in this turn. I don't have to do it right away. Let's have the commander card. I can build up my force for the attack. The interesting thing about this card is it says when a player is forced to retreat out of a space, which means I can use this as a reaction to save the Germans from losing an attack. For example, if Berlin is going to fall or something. It's a nice little option. This one is a land battle, but you have to be the attacker. That's why it's important that you be able to shift these at various times. This is gone. What do the French want to do? Yeah, this is tough. So I can't open things up here because the Brits could shift down and threaten Paris pretty easily. I mean, I could shift things a little bit. There's no reason I'm not defending Hanover, so I'm going to do a movement. A massive movement and cut Prussia and Silesia away from Germany. That's 2 more points of stability. We're really pushing Germany onto the rocks. And the thing is, once we strip Germany away, France becomes easier to beat up. You know? But yeah, the English don't have a lot of options. I can get a +2, honestly, off of buying elite units here. Try to make this as little bad as possible. But eventually I'm going to have to make that attack. And I'm kind of just bottled up in there as these forces move in. But the Turks might be able to take some of the defenses away. There are 3 different spaces. Sorry, this one's not. There are 3 different spaces that are potential supports. Only 2 of them can actually support into that hex. So, but once things become entrenched, like a trench battle situation, they can't support anymore, if I recall correctly. If supporting units are in a trench battle, they're supporting... Oh, no, they still get half. Yeah. French and Germans are just rebuilding their defenses. So, like, yeah, it may not really help me to put that +1 in there. That's disposable, whereas these things are not. To hollow out spaces, more and more French and Romanians, in this case, are pushing up into Germany. to prepare for the attack. Now, I could, this is an influence marker, I could take points away from the Germans, actually. This guy might want to shift around and do that, because he's just a half-point unit. Yeah, how about that? I can knock Germany out of the war. I move here, I move here. These both become Turkish controlled. I don't have a marker for them anymore. That drops Germany by 2 and knocks them out. So they're gone now. Great. We are again in the position that I've talked about before, which is unexpected things happen in the game. Yes, if a front was open in the real World War I, it would be just as devastating as this. But it's hard to picture. The fact of the matter is you have to cover everything. That just has become clear. You know? I'm trying to figure out what I have to do. There's something I have. Oh, I need a bonus impulse for the Triple Alliance here. France gets double turns now if they want them. They can always pass on the second turn, but yeah. And the German armies are gone. And I mean, look, if the Germans were spread out to try to defend all the territory that they owned, it would have been harder. It wouldn't just be walked through. But I was looking at, wow, this is looking like a fucking impasse where I'm just not going to be able to break through. And now I think I can. This is what it looks like with the German armies gone now. Pomerania is still uncontrolled, but Berlin and, well, Saxony was French anyway, but Berlin is held by a couple of French armies. But that puts it down to the Brits. And now their attack doesn't look quite as bad as it did. It's still not great. I might want to hold off a little longer, see if the French withdraw, so I can just advance into Berlin with them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm at a -1. They have these. France has a couple of spaces here that I can take from them. Might be able to hold things off, huh? Is that what we're saying? But of course, the Turks here can be taken out too. And, you know, sure, it's only one space. But it's like, wow, I'm just not thinking. And these guys will end up out of line of communication and degraded. So I probably want to do that with the French. Brits can't pass. They could build themselves another one of them elite corps. Takes a lot for me to get an army into Europe, because I have to spend a CP and a manpower to build it. I have to spend a CP for a naval move, and then it's there. But I have to spend another CP to get it to full strength. So it's like 3 CPs to get them there. What about these British? Can they conquer anything? I have 3 war movement, possibly a 4th one with a card. 1, 2, 3 gets me to there. That doesn't get me anything. Oh, Germany. No, Germany doesn't exist anymore, so I can't get points off of attacking them. Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to attack. So I was at -1 as my basis. I mean, I could just take a stability loss. That might be better. I should have killed this German Navy. That would have, I think, hurt their stability as well. That would have been easy. I was planning on doing that, but then forgot it was there. The board is very busy. I could, of course, sail into a port and attack the French fleet, but then I have to deal with mines and everything, and I don't want to do that. That also wouldn't obviate my requirement for a ground attack, so. Oh, so that was -1, huh? 2, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Turks can't help. They're not allowed to support because there are no Turks there. Well, they could, I think, at half strength or something. Blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to think if my Turks want to do something. Well, maybe they want to do something different. They had to knock Germany out. But they might want to, I don't know. These guys moved a significant amount. I'm not sure that all of them could have gone. But there are some that could have maybe. Maybe kind of. Like I had guys up here that I could move in. Yeah, let's, so this Romanian was back here, 1, that doesn't help. He's fine here. This guy was here. This was filled. So I could put here, and I think 2 of these could go here. Oh, it keeps my chain. Because if I know I'm destroying the Germans, I might as well set myself up in a better situation. Okay, but for the Brits, I think we have to go at the -1. I think we just have. I even it up. I buy myself a cheap corps, because I got 2 armies. I can use 2 corps. That's fine. That's fine. Now the French. It's like, is this an untenable situation for France? Is there a better defense that I have? I'm going to have to cover this because otherwise they can slip in. I don't actually have to worry about the coast that much because it takes the English, it takes anyone a good deal of effort to prepare for a naval invasion. Try to knock the Brits out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 4, 5, 6. No, maybe not. I don't know. I was looking at movement. I don't know what I want to do with them. I'm like, I didn't realize there's a connection here. That is kind of hard for me to see. If I attack from here, I can actually put both of these in. So that would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 2, 4, 6. Yeah, let's do the attack. I'm at +1 base. I'm at +3 base. Not thrilled. I have this guy. I could actually play both of these. +3 base. Let's see what happens. I get a +3. Making me re-roll isn't going to help. I can only make the opponent re-roll. So it's attacker +3. That's going to be a 1-2 attacker. Can inflict an additional casualty to both sides. I think I want to. I take 1, 2. Takes both of these and 3 hits, which clogs this down to a single unit. Look for a trench. We could conceivably use that thing. French can only advance from this hex, or the space. All right. I don't remember if supporters can advance if they're adjacent. Supporters cannot. Now, right now, there would be no problem with using this, right? I could put the defender. So the original attacker is the French. The defender is the Brits. Let's do it that way. And we have the number 1 up there to remind us that that's the trench box it's in. The problem with that is I can't really see into that box in the way that I'd like to. I don't know. I don't know which way to do it. What's this? The fuck's that for? Like the US and Italy, maybe? I'm guessing. Yeah. All right. So the French succeeded in their attack. They did not drive the British completely out, which is a big deal. And now the French actually get another attack if they want it. Let's say I took it. I'll get another one of these if I want them. I am fighting at even. I have up to 3 points of support I could throw in. So that would make me +3. And that sounds pretty good. I think I'm going to go for that. Because throwing the British out of there seems like a really good idea. Not going to use my second card on this. That's 5 to 4. Again, changing the die roll isn't going to really help. Oh, you know what the Brits could have done? Brits could have done this. Here you go. So it was at +3. They dropped it to +1 instead. That happened before the die roll. But +1 is good enough that the Brits win. Which is going to change it to a deadlock. And it would be a 1-1 double star. It's a 2-2. That's not great. Here's one each. This was the problem. I probably wasn't going to get the hex. But we each have to take another one. Well, the Brits don't have another one. The French do. This comes away. The trench warfare is gone. It's cleared away. And we need a British marker to indicate if we take this, if we advance into there, we end up getting a stability loss on the Brits. We're basically out of battery again. I'm going to put this like this. Germans are, the attacker always takes an additional loss on trench warfare fights. I'm not going to undo the fights, but I am going to, right? Or is it only once it's a trench warfare? I think it's, fuck. Can't find what I'm looking for. The star. I don't see it there. I don't see it there. I know the rule exists. I can't find it. No. 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 No, no. I can't fucking find the roll. Okay, so that second battle wouldn't have even been allowed. The first battle would have hit the unit that I hit here. The second battle's not allowed. The Brits and the French were both damaged here. I don't need the control marker anymore. I need the trench marker. Should be at stalemate now. No, should be at attacker advantage because the second battle was not allowed. Okay. And that means this is here, this is still here. This is here. I don't know what the French are doing with their second action. So you're not even allowed to attack if you don't have a full strength army. So that's what the French are going to do instead with their second action, is they're going to build up, I guess, this army, although it's halved in support. I mean, I got weak armies everywhere, but I need this holding. And I do have the advantage on the Brits right now, so there's kind of that. Anyway, this is where I stop, because I've done everything, gotten caught up with everything. But what happened was I made an illegal attack after I had achieved the space, because you can't attack without a full strength army, because you will take a hit no matter what you roll. And you have to take a hit on the main army. So we couldn't have that weird situation that I saw where both sides were just eliminated. I mean, that could still happen, but I have to be going without supports or something like that. All right, now we break. There's the Germans up there too. I don't know why I'm keeping all their tracks. It probably doesn't really do much for me. I probably should just be cleaning them up. But if I lose another country, I'm probably going to, and I don't know what it might be. Looking at things, it's likely France, which would be the end of the game. But I don't have much room left anymore. Anyway, here we are. It's the Turkish turn next, and English still have to worry about this in terms of points. French have a war budget of 1, English 2, Turkish 2. I misread this. So like when the British rolled a 1 and the French rolled a 1, the Brits could have actually re-rolled their 1. It's force a player. When it says force, I don't really think about doing it to yourself. But it's like, yeah, that, oops. Okay. So the Turks are looking at possibility of an attack here. If I do it from here, I have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 going against 1, 2, 3 with the fort. Just 5 there. So I've got a +4 attack. That sounds pretty good. The French have this, and they have their none shall pass card. Now I don't remember what it was. Was it like 8-5? I don't remember. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to 3, 4. 9 to 4. Oh boy. Let's have a special rule under this, and now I gotta hunt that down as well. Cheaper option here, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to 1, 2, 3, 4. Both +4, aren't they? Not prior to game turn 1, so that special rule doesn't play. If a defending fort remains in a space after a battle, it automatically reduces 1 level. We could cancel retreats, but only on turn 0 of the Great War. So I think the fort is the thing, but now I got to go look at the other part of the rules of forts just to make sure. Like, I think they can take hits and whatnot. I looked up the number on it. Okay, that's construction, which I wouldn't expect to have the battle rules in that, but I think they do. Forts are not units, they cannot take hits. It's eliminated if somebody enters its space, but somebody can't enter an enemy fort during wartime. Instead, they must attack the fort in a land battle. Okay. And then over here, they still provide the firepower. Just that being forced to retreat in Great War 0, they have a special rule. Okay. Am I better off hitting the fort, or am I better off hitting this space is the question. This space, neither one really does anything that impressive. This has 3 steps to it, this has 2, but supporting units are going to give additional steps. I think I'm better off trying to bypass the fort. So that was 8 to 4, +4 for the Turks. I can make it a +2. I don't remember what decisive victory does. See, that could be ugly, because that could allow an advance into Hanover and cut these guys off. Yeah, I think I have to do this. I don't like doing it because, so that's only a +2. Turks get a 7, they're at 4 more. That is going to be a decisive. That doesn't guarantee a retreat. The victor could increase the casualties. So the victor is going to take 1 casualty to begin with because he's doing a trench warfare, and a 2nd casualty if he wants to increase things. 3 casualties to this stack. That can take 3 because of the supporting units. This guy would take 1 of them. I only have 1 unit here, right? No, I got 2. I gotta try to hold the space. Now, what did we get here? I could make somebody re-roll, but I don't know how valuable that is. I don't know. It's hard making all these decisions because the interactions are weird. Oh, that would be, yeah, the Turks are happy with their effect here. Okay. So I keep thinking the British and French, they're allies. All right. So I take 1, 2, 3 hits, and the Turks have to take 2. Take 1 from here. I could take the Romanians, but I don't really care. They're not quite as good, but that's okay. So I take 2 hits. I don't get the hex. I could advance if I want to with both of these or leave one behind. I'm going to move the Romanians in. And we're in this position again with a second attacker advantaged chit here. You see, with the I don't know a way that it's going to work well, because the clutter of chits is not going to make this easier to visualize what's going on particularly. All right. That puts us on the Brits. Did I spend my war point? I did not. I did not, because we each had 2. Brits are in danger of losing a stability, which might not be as bad as making the attack. The attack here, the French would have some support. So the French army is halved. They would have another point of support here. If I upgrade the British army, it's at even. I'd have to do that to make the attack. I don't think it's a bad idea for me to upgrade the British army. I thought I upgraded the French army there. I don't know. Apparently not. That puts it on the French. They have 1 point left. I could pull out of that trench. That's a big fort. Or I could spend my war budget and upgrade the French army there. Okay. I got 2 armies I need to fix. I got another card. I upgrade the other French army. How about that? That'll work. The French have another action, but they have no more points. We go back to the Turks with their last point. The Brits have to launch an attack. The Turks need to try to break through here. Well, I do have a full army there. I have 2-3 to 3. That's not cool. The Brits have an extra point, which could be good in battle. I could just add a +1 with an elite corps, but that's probably weaker than this. Especially since we have these things that I could actually add a +2 with. Do we attack or not? 3 to 3. We have a jihad. I forgot to use it last time. That would give me a +1. Or, see, the advantage of this is it weakens this unit and it weakens the positioning there. So I think I want to make the attack. So I was at even, I believe. And I will throw a jihad in to give me a +1. I know it says -1, but it works out that way. Pay my last war budget, and we'll try our best. Now, we're attacking with this and this. Our +1 gives us a +4. That's a decisive battle. That's a problem. The French don't have anything to screw with me there. So that's a 0-2. That means the Turks have to take a hit. They will not be charging additional, right? Single star means I have the choice. This French army takes a hit. I could take a hit over there. I don't want to. I'll take my second hit on the same army because I know the Brits have to attack or lose something. Oh boy, but that makes a decisive victory, which means I get cut off. That's no good. Can't do that. Yeah, we'll take the second attack here. This was an attacker advantaged, so we're forced out back into here. Berlin has fallen. There. And that's a point of stability anyway off the French. And we didn't play that. Anything else? This wasn't gaining anything the Turks had lost. The fort can be completely bypassed. That is one of the problems with it. I think that's the ending of the Turkish. The Brits now have to make their attack. They're going to do it, but they have 2 cards. Now, do I want the +2 and hand that back to the French? I don't know. Right now, I would be looking at +1, even. Turks can't help. With a reroll. Or +2 without a reroll. Go with +2 without the reroll. I don't know if that's wise. Wait, we got a decisive victory on this guy. Yeah, but he's really weakened. That's not going to help. And he came from here, not from here. We never moved into that hex space, whatever. The Brits get a +2 on their attack. That's a 1-1, which I could increase. I don't really want to. Both forces are wiped out. Because I have to take 2 hits on the Brits. This trench is gone. It stays British for whatever that matters. I used my point. And everything is eaten up, which means we go back to the winter step. Brits have a blockade on the French. Drops the French industry down. Memory, an out-of-memory error, basically. The Brits played this. They succeeded. I get to get rid of that. I get to get rid of these. Turks and French each have this. We are at the winter step. Shit. I'm pretty sure I did the blockade because the French... I remember moving the French industry down, but I'm not positive. Colonial War, we did not do. This has an impact, actually. The Brits automatically roll a 0 because they have no troops there. This is a problem. I didn't put anything there. And so we're at +1 for the French. They get a 6. That's 4 more. That means I would get to conquer 2 places. But again, I can't. Because I don't have a line of communication to anything. Which makes sense. I'm up here. You know, whatever interference we're doing is relatively minor. I'm actually surprised that I could even remove troops, right? But that doesn't say anything. And that does mean the UK loses another point of stability. We really ought to do something about that. You know, it's kind of like the matter of defending all of the spaces, making sure that the enemy can't slip by you. That feels very strange for these games. maybe in part because another CDG, Paths of Glory, never really stuck in my head all that much. But I know I didn't allow troops to just wander around the way they do here. Most World War I games, you have a lot of units for whatever space you have to cover, and so it doesn't feel like you can't defend everything. Here we had such openings, probably due to my own bad play more than anything else. But, you know, if I'm trying to defend near the coastline and prevent the Brits from landing or something, it's hard to reposition and prevent my stability from dropping because the Turks come sliding up my back door. I'd have to reposition things and have a much weaker line. But the danger of a landing is actually pretty low. The troops have to be out at sea for that. Anyway, where are we? We just did the Colonial War. The Brits do get an extra card. I have to remember that. I have a -1 card here, which I think doesn't mean anything. No, the Brits do get a or they do get a +1 for absolutely controlling this. Not card, but CP. I'm going to get rid of this because this doesn't mean a damn thing. It would be in place for the next turn, but maybe I can use them as control markers because I'm running out of stuff to use. Nobody can enter. Nobody's falling at this point. So we are actually at the end of 1915, we go into 1916, is that right? 1914, 1915, 1916, 17, 18. Huh. Oh, so we can't go into 1919. I think the game should actually stretch at least another year in the Great War. Simply, I don't know. Because it feels wrong that the Great War be limited to four years. I could certainly see arguments and ways of fighting it that it lasts a little longer. Not much. The countries were wearing down pretty hard, but if it wasn't being fought in quite the same way, it might not have been quite as hard a fight. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Again, the battery died on me. I'm going to have to glue this together with the other units, but that's okay. This isn't too much. And we're looking at a situation where I don't see a way of saving France. I'm doing what I can, trying to pull what I can off. Of course, the British Army is gone, which means I'll just keep giving money to Turkey, but I can only give one per turn. Yeah. And I do have manpower. I can rebuild British units and stuff like that. The Turks can focus on utilizing the forces that they have. The British Navy is keeping the French from breaking out. The only time I really had a chance was when the Russians were in. The Germans never had a big navy, or the Prussians never had a big navy. They had a squadron. But the Russians had built up, I think, the second largest navy after the Brits. And between them and the French, they were close, but the French never were at war like at the same time the Russians were. We could have joined them early. Maybe. No, the Russians were gone at the end of that first turn. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll load this up. I'll be back to finish up the war. I want it to break here anyway. The only thing is now I've got a little bit of a harder gluing job on the video. I don't really do any editing, as you know, but gluing the pieces together actually at least takes a lot of computer time. All right, so here we are in 1916, the start of it, and the Great War broke out between, let me think, Russia and Germany versus Austria, Britain, and the Ottomans. And the Russians, mostly, managed to knock the Austrians out, but the Brits, through a stab up through St. Petersburg, managed to knock the Russians out. And since then, the French have joined the Germans. The French were the most powerful country in the game, had the most victory points, etc. But the problem is they don't have a way without a bigger navy to beat the English. And so the English have been screwing with French capabilities. Now, it's kind of interesting. If we look at the stability, they're not all that different. With a little bit of luck, it might be possible for the French to actually drive the English into as bad a position. But in order to do this, they have to beat the Ottomans. And the problem here is the Ottomans actually are out fighting the French right now. Now, the French have a bigger army. If they consolidate their forces, they might be able to start hurting the Ottomans. The big thing in the warfare here is whenever you lose a space that you controlled, you lose a point of stability. If you regain a space that you previously controlled, you gain a point of stability. Which means, oh, what does it mean, honestly? Because these, I can't remember. These spaces were German, and were never taken by the French, which means the French cannot regain stability points by taking them. These spaces are still French, and they're vulnerable to them, and the Turks, you know what? The Turks go first. This game is over. This game is over. So I am not going to continue. The French are not going to get an opportunity to go. I didn't even see this until just now, because the Turks have plowed down into here. Well, I'm not sure why they did this. Maybe they saw what they were doing. But I have just lost the opportunity. So I am actually, I just packaged together, I've got the video packing together as GWA. It's over. All right. Well, if that's the case, why don't I just finish it up? Which means I have to go through a couple of steps at the beginning just to make sure that nobody's got a reaction card that I don't think there are such things that prevents the Turks from just spending a movement point and walking down here. Now, the Turks did some stuff, and I without noticing that they could just knock the French out of the war. Oops. I was up here ready to give you the intro to what I expected to be another 3 years of war, or maybe less, but whatever. And it's just not going to be there for the same kind of reasons that I've had again and again in this game, which is that I lose. Again, it feels kind of like Cosmic Encounter to me that way. I lose my track of what I need to defend because, oh, look, I can win by just taking these two spaces. The Turks have been fighting against the French and the Germans initially. And then that's part of it. I had to take Berlin out. But once I took Berlin out, this is set. And the French not protecting that, of course, if they hadn't protected that, they would have probably lost a couple of spaces here and get knocked out anyway. So I don't know. That's kind of the feeling that I keep having is, oh shit, if I didn't, I didn't defend some things and somebody walked in and, knocked the Russians out here or whatever. But preventing your stability losses from happening is just as hard. You basically have to cover every space that you've ever conquered. Well, that you own to begin with, or that you conquered. And right now the French are sitting on 2 spaces. The Turks go first, and it's pretty much over. Very briefly, the cards didn't do anything. Britain collected its, not that, 5+1 for Africa, and they're going to give that one to Turkey because whatever happens, that's what's important. The French card, the only thing that maybe could have stopped this is, yeah, there's no retreat, but that doesn't prevent me from being able to walk into a space. Which means we hit the Turkish turn. They spend their point of war budget. They walk in. They took 2 things from Austria. These are actually things that were Turkish, so Turkey gets 2 stability off of it. And France surrenders. Now, this is the thing. I felt like in the main game, I was regularly bumbling into places where I'm not sure what to do. I felt like I blundered in places or everything. Once I got to the Great War, it felt so much worse about that. Why is that? Well, in the Great War, in both cases, some of it has to do with the massive set of rolls and special cases and stuff like that, not being sure what the cards are doing. In some cases, some ambiguities. More cases, maybe me just fucking, well, almost certainly me just fucking up. But when we got to the Great War itself, it wasn't so much the rules that were the problem, although there were things like the fortresses or the trench warfare that I wasn't used to and definitely had issues with, but more the fact that you got to cover everything, everywhere where an enemy might move, in order to prevent yourself from losing stability that loses you the Great War. And people leaving things open that are just like, you know, these massive stabs into the enemy's territory. Austria, hard position to be in fighting Russia and Germany. The Turks weren't able to bring troops into play for them there. But the big thing was, you know, part of what I did was I sent the French down here to try to knock the Ottomans down and weaken them, so we had a chance of maybe knocking them out of the war. And that was a possibility. We were looking at a stability of 4. It would be really hard to take 4 spaces, but if I could defend the interior of France and just give this shit up, that would be fine. But I'm slowly losing stability due to the blockade and other factors. I buy it all, but here's the problem. Being able to perceive throughout the whole game map and whatever, what all the possibilities are, and where somebody might be able to nab you and really stick it to you, that's going to be a big problem. You know, in terms of you're going to have to think differently in this game than you do in most, just because I think it's so open in terms of what can happen. You know, in your normal World War I game, right? You're concentrating on your West Front and your East Front, and you keep them both pretty solid because you know what the war is like. Well, you know, in this one, stabbing down, taking a couple of territories that were Turkish that, like, didn't really mean anything, felt kind of weird. You know, it really did. Just in terms of, like, it gave me an advantage, and then, but then I have to defend those spaces, or I pay a price for them, even though I got nothing for taking them. For 2 reasons. One, my stability was probably pretty high at that point. I wouldn't have gotten 2 points. I might have gotten 1. But yeah, there's like a French army down here that was kind of stuck doing nothing with an elite corps with it that would have been very helpful elsewhere. So what seemed like a clever idea at one moment really opened the door for France to completely lose. Now, I think France would have lost anyway because they could not come to grips with England. They couldn't beat the English, and the blockade was going to eventually lower their stability. And at the end of the 4 years or whatever of war, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 5 years of war, well, 4+ years, whatever. At the end of the 4 years of war, we were going to be in a position where our stability was almost certainly going to be worse than the Brits. The only thing that got in the way of that was that Africa, the Brits are expected to be able to do okay in Africa. And they were losing the Africa die roll every turn. It wasn't doing anything to them, but they were losing it every turn. Let's take a look at what other people got. The Brits got a minor power entry, which they could have, tried to bring Ethiopia in, which would be pretty powerful. I'm not sure if it could supply itself. I think miners can supply off of just, if they only have one space, they can supply off of it. Otherwise, I'm kind of screwed because I can't draw back to the British-controlled stuff. Although, I could draw back to the Turkish. So no problem there at all. That Ethiopian army would actually increase my chances of winning this. I wouldn't be able to get there. Yes, I would, because I have a line of communication there, even though the French do not have a line of communication because I control the seas. So yeah, that works there. And I mean, the French lost significant things, losing North Africa. That hurt their total point thing. Like, however big you get yourself, that gives you more territory you have to cover. Being a small country, you can actually protect yourself much, much better. And obviously Britain being, behind the no longer wooden walls, the sea provide, as long as they can keep their navy significantly powerful, they can cause real issues. Now, if the French could have figured out a way to come in on the German side early, but it wasn't clear that they wanted to, because if Germany and Russia won the war, the French would still have won the game. Whereas there was some possibility of an early victory by, and this is why the French had to join in, was an early victory by Britain and Turkey. Austria and Russia were gone at this point. Looked very clearly like it was going to happen. And that early victory meant that the Turkish victory points would be higher than the French victory points, because they would get a bonus. Let's say the war ended this last turn, on turn 2, with the destruction of Germany or whatever. Then it might have happened on turn 1, to be honest. Not turn 0, but turn 1. Then it would have been 5 minus 2 is 3 extra victory points for each of these. So the Turks, and the Brits for that matter, would be higher than the French, which means they would win the game. There's considerations. It's not just like for Cosmic Encounter, I'm like, okay, but at least in that game, you're holding secret cards and all this that are what determine the victory. To some extent, the secret victory conditions do that a little bit. You can't be certain who's going to be ahead, but once the Great War breaks out, you can actually kind of calculate who's going to win or whatnot. You can figure out a lot of stuff. What it reminded me more of, now I forgot which game I was going to bring up with regard to this. Yeah, there's... God damn it. My brain doesn't work. There's another game that was in my head, and I don't want to turn off the video. And no, it's not Pax Britannica. Something where just figuring out the victory. No, it's not Cataclysm. Oh yeah, Churchill. Churchill, where you can figure out who's likely to win. There may be some secret points in that as well, but and there's some unknown points that are generated by a die roll, but you can figure out who's in danger of something. But it's like the victory conditions are kind of skewed and weird feeling, and it's kind of skewed and weird feeling in this when you get to, oh gee, Germany and Russia could win the Great War and they would still lose the game. And honestly, unless the victory came very quickly, even Austria, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think they'd need to get, which means it would have to happen on turn 1 or earlier, within 1914, for the victory if Austria hadn't fallen. Why did these countries fall? Well, Austria didn't have a lot of troops, and they had to protect against mainly the Russians, but the Germans coming down too, and they just couldn't protect their capital. Same thing happened with Russia, but they had plenty of troops. They just didn't bother protecting St. Petersburg. And that's the kind of thing where it's like, wow, it's just sitting there, and you don't think of that in World War I terms. You don't think about the idea that, like, in a normal World War I game, that the Germans could just do a sea invasion and capture St. Petersburg and march their way down to Moscow, in part because you would see it happening, you would rail in the way and everything, but the combination of a point for the landing and a card that gives you another point lets you grab Moscow without a reaction. And you would not see anything like that in any game that's devoted just to World War I. This one, some of the times I feel like there's way too little that I can do off of a given card play. I can only fight one battle, for example. Well, not card play, but a given Great War turn, or a given point off a card play. But I can only fight one battle, so very little is happening in the wars in this game, for the most part. But man, when you can spend a couple of points in a row, you can get these ridiculously large attacks and whatnot that just don't feel like they'd be plausible. But it's like, yeah, but they shouldn't have been. I should have not been in the position where I would have lost that. And I mean, I thought about building a fort up in St. Petersburg instead of the forts that did me no good along the Austrian border. I'm glad that we got to the Great War. I was very, very worried early on in the game that we were not going to hit a Great War at all, that it was almost impossible because we walked into turn 7 at World Tension 0. And then a shit ton of cards came into play, basically mainly in the English hands. The 1900s add a bunch of cards that increase the tensions. And that's really what ended up just happening. We didn't see Italy form, we didn't see Germany form, we didn't see Poland come into things. We didn't see the U.S. enter the war. That could have changed things. The U.S. would have added a few navies. It would be really problematic if they couldn't win the naval war, though. They wouldn't really, they're, again, Britain has so many advantages as long as they play like Britain should. One of the biggest things I saw in the game is Germany's just got to come roaring out of the gate and start unifying on turn 1. I was badly stymied by waiting a turn. And then, got myself in positions where I couldn't attack people I wanted to, or would be outclassed by the French, which I couldn't get somebody to agree to unify Germany with my big 4-point unification card. Another thing is the hidden victory cards. They're a weird kind of thing. You got to assume somebody's sitting on the 4-point card. So knowing what those are and what they need to do to get that is important. You might get lucky where with France or Germany we had them showing because they got advantage. Well, Germany gets the advantage of being able to guarantee they play it. France got the, by the way, the empire never fell. France got the advantage of the Napoleonic dream being rekindled. Anyway, I was thinking about playing it a second time. If I hadn't gotten to a Great War, that would have been a much, much more tasty option. But I think I still wouldn't have taken it. I would have calculated out the cards and looked to see, hey, how likely exactly is a Great War? It's hard to tell because it's not clear how many cards each player is going to get just by kind of estimating, what they get. But it does feel like those WTT cards, the ones that raise the tensions, are really heavily weighted towards the end of the game. We actually had players trying to force the Great War. I think players who lost. Trying to think, I think we saw like Germany and Austria. And to be honest, they had no chance of winning the Great War because they were aligned together. Like, if they had won the game with their superior Germany, Austria, Russia situation, they were too weak on the victory point track. So it's important what you bank in victory points. If you do shitty there, the Great War isn't an escape valve. I thought it was. And then when I finally got around to rereading the Great War rules, I'm like, oh, yeah, this isn't gonna do it. But we want to fight it out anyway. And we ended up seeing that France came in on our side. The US was aligned with us. It feels wacky and crazy and fun. I mean, I enjoy seeing wacky shit happen. I don't really like it happening because I'm unable to focus and understand what's going on. And throughout the game, there's a lot of game state that was hard to focus on. I felt actually not more overwhelmed than a game that overwhelmed me the most on that, which was the Europa Universalis Price of Power or whatever that I did not that long ago. That one overwhelmed me more in terms of game state, but this one I felt made me blunder worse in terms of game state, where not being able to assess what's going on properly in this one made me make several huge mistakes that were, earth-shattering during the Great War phase. Maybe not so much during the main phase. I say to myself, I'm not sure. I did screw up with the Africa thing. I left it as is because by the time I found out that I had screwed up, I was already basically in the Great War. And it wouldn't have been fixable. Hey, look, with how crazy the rest of the game is, Africa not being fully divided up by the conference is a fair option. And honestly, if you had the game before the errata came out, or didn't bother reading the errata, you probably would play it the way I did. Probably. You might be able to figure out what they meant on that card by by the fact that they say Belgium only gets one thing, which might let you understand that, oh, okay, all the rest of the turns get taken again and again in splitting it up. I don't know why the French don't have something here in China. I think they should have. I don't know why the Russians have something. Well, it actually does make sense because the Russians did take stuff up here. Let me look at the China card. This is really weird. The Second Opium War got removed from the game, which meant it got played. France should have had something in China. And I don't remember anybody taking their control marker from China during, certainly didn't happen in the Great War. Let me peek to see about the other China card. Yeah, it would be in the deck. I'm not really sure. The only thing I see that could have done it was the decline of the Qing. We didn't have like the Boxer Rebellion or the other, there's like Qing revolts, but those don't give cards. So I don't know what caused, like maybe there's something I'm just forgetting where somehow something fell, but I'm guessing, because the one card was played, that I accidentally put a Russian control marker there, thinking it was French. It's again a tricolor. Give me tricolors, I get confused. It's even red, white, and blue, damn it. Yeah. Would that have made a difference? Not really. The Brits would have been able to take it, and so it would have actually hurt the French once they entered the war, but maybe there would have been another point. I could check, I don't know. I wasn't really tracking colonial keys very well. What do they have? They had one here. They had this one and this one. That's what I show here. Got a reason for this. What did the Russians have? Total keys. I think I probably counted that as a control marker for the Russians. I say 15, yeah? I don't know. I kind of don't want to count this because it's a lot. 1, 2, and I may make mistakes. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Russians should be at 16. I've got them at 15. I don't think anybody counted this. I don't know. Because I don't see it on either the Russian nor the French track. And I put a flag down or whatever. Who knows? Anyway, it wouldn't have had a huge effect on play. Just another one of them many little errors. And well, I guess we're gonna wrap this up. I'll come back with a review at some point, hopefully soon. But I got to clean this all up. Move on to the Baltic Wars before I get to Paris.